Yes, today this will be the most intense day of the Global Forum. So this morning we'll have 9 sessions in parallel. So 3 sessions in this room for this morning, 3 sessions we will have in the Democracy International room, and we have 3 sessions outside at the European Public Sphere in this wooden dome, which is next to the Palazzo Senatorio. And it also includes a little bit yoga outside. So if you need a break, go outside and do it. It's all in the program. One workshop this morning is not in the program. It starts now at 10 here in the Democracy National Room. And it's from Arenza, I think, from from the United States. And he said to me, he teaches you how to formulate a ballot initiative or referendum initiative. So if you're interested in how to formulate texts for that, you can come now to the Democracy International Room. Yes, I think Joe or Bruno, we want to start with a short summary of yesterday, and then I think Joe has another announcement, and then we can start with the first notes from the cities.
Yes, hello, good morning everybody to this most intense day of the Global Forum. We started slowly yesterday, but maybe for some people this wasn't slow, but today will be at least the double the intensity. We have so many things we will talk about. I must say there are several people who are coming up to me and others and ask for time to speak. You can see the program is extremely full, so it's really hard to add additional time. But I think maybe before lunch, if there is some time, you will get this opportunity. But during the program, we have really every minute filled now. So yesterday was a great day with these workshops, and we had a lot of takeaways. We have not time now to report to that. As you know, all moderators are also invited tonight. You can explain that.
Yes, after the last workshop is over, as we go through lunch, and then after lunch we'll have 2 sessions of workshops that should end a little bit after 6 in the evening. And if you're a workshop moderator, please report back here after. I've got to debrief you because if you recall, and for those of you who are new to the forum today, the Global Forum is producing a Magna Carta, a draft charter for what it means to be a democracy city. So we really need the highlights and the interesting ideas and thoughts about all the different ways that a city can be more democratic, more participatory, more direct in its democracy, reported back to me. If you can't do that, please email and report quickly, because I will be spending this evening trying to form those ideas into a draft that all of you will get to consider tomorrow and edit right here in this room before the end of the forum.
Yeah. As you also see, there's not even time for coffee breaks today, but as you have seen yesterday, there are coffees and something in the room on the side, so you're welcome to go there. And again, also, I mean, the program is so tense, so please keep your times. We will be very observing on that, and otherwise the next people are always behind. So at 2 o'clock, if there is some time for additional small announcements, we will do that then, and then we have lunch.
Yeah. And the bathrooms, for those who are new, are down the stairs. You can go out this way or just straight out. And let me give it back to this morning's host, the wonderful Andreas Müller, from Executive Director of Democracy International, who helps make this possible.
Thank you. So, and we want to start, I hope he's already here, with a short note from Istanbul, Yerevan, and Lisbon. So we start with Istanbul, right? Yes. You will present yourself, and perfect.
This is not working? Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes, perfect. So, for your information. Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Ecem Sekiz Kardeş. I'm coming from Istanbul. Today I'm here on behalf of our Argudan Academy, which is a research academy on governance. And they recently developed a kind of model to measure the governance and direct democracy on the municipalities of Istanbul. So I'm here to present it. It's impossible to present it in 5 minutes time, so I'm happy to have your questions after all. And I brought their publication. It's in English. It's also available online. It's on the table in the entrance, a few of them. So yesterday and the day before, the main topic here was direct democracy, but there was a question on how to measure it. So how can we measure the direct democracy or participatory democracy? How can we measure the participatory budgeting, right? This research academy, they kind of developed a model. It's a three-dimensional model to measure some components of the direct democracy in the municipality level. So in Istanbul, in a city like Istanbul, which is more than 16 million people, it sounds so scary, so challenging to do to conduct such a project. But actually, it went well. You can see the results, and it is an internationally accepted model, recruited by OECD, Council of Europe, United Nations. You can see all the information in the publication. So, very briefly, the model is aiming to look at the municipalities from four main aspects. What are they? The decision-making process, the resource utilization, delivery of services, and organizational structure. From 4 of these aspects, they look at each of them through the 7 main principles of direct democracy and local governance. What are those principles? Participation, fairness, responsiveness, efficiency, transparency, accountability, and consistency. After giving such a guideline to the municipalities, they didn't stop, but they put the project further, and they made kind of an instructions how to improve in municipalities, how to create kind of learning process for them. So it is not going to end just to give them, are you direct democrats, or are you good in good governance or not? But they're going to kind of give guidelines to them as well. This is the last dimensions of the projects. If you're more interested in measuring democracy in any level, depending on the political structure of the country or the city, this can be a good guideline for you, because here in Europe, we are talking about small amount of people, relatively small populations, but in Middle East or the other corners of the world, it is really challenging to give public institutions kind of a guidelines, and I think it can be a good resource for you. If you have any more questions, I'm going to be happy to answer. That will be all.
Thank you very much. So, from Yerevan, Natalia, please come up the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Natalia Harutyunyan from Armenia, Yerevan. I work at the United Nations Development Program at the intersection of women empowerment, youth leadership, and participatory democracy. And it's a big privilege for me to be here and learn from your practices and share a couple of words about my country and the situation in Armenia nowadays. This forum is actually happening at a very interesting time for Armenia, because we're just out of the revolution. If any of you have been watching politics in Armenia, you might be knowing that in April there was a major government shift. There was a so-called Velvet Revolution, which drastically changed the whole regime, and new powers came to the government of Armenia, which bring new spirit and new energy. But the most important thing is that the revolution took place in a very peaceful and tolerant way, and it was called and is cited broadly as a revolution of love and tolerance. Now in general, we are a very young state. After 600 years of no statehood, Armenia acquired its independence 27 years ago. Just days ago, we celebrated our 27th anniversary. And 3 days ago, we had elections of Yerevan municipality, which for the first time ever was qualified as fair and honest, and all 12 political alliances and parties accepted the results of the elections, although 82% went to the current transitional government alliance, 82. But the rest of the parties who actually gained very low numbers, they accepted these elections as fair and honest. So this is completely new times in Armenia, when the new government is actually promoting the values of the direct democracy, and their rhetoric is full of inspiration and encouragement towards the citizens. And at the other side, at the citizen side, we feel very much encouraged to voice our thinking and our solutions with the new government and participate in all the possible ways. Here I should mention that this civic movement did not came with the revolution. This has some history. Several years ago, this civic movement has been formed in Armenia to tackle the decisions of the government. So people would go to the streets to argue. For example, electric Yerevan movements, which was arguing the increasing tariffs of the electricity, which was not explained to people. You just wake up and you know that the tariff is drastically increased without any explanation. Or Demem social movement, which was opposing the pension reform. And that too was because the decision was taken in not transparent way. What was symbolizing the civic movement in Armenia is just, it was not a power fight. The people were coming to the street to demand transparent and explained decision-making and demand participation of citizens in the decision-making. So we can say that before the revolution, we already have some seeds that made the revolution possible. But what we face now is the new government is actually supporting all this spirit. They are very open, and if I need to qualify my current government with one word, I would say openness. We still, there is a way to go before we see any changes, meaningful changes in the development of Armenia. But what we see now is very encouraging. The new government started a huge anti-corruption campaign with revealing the cases and making them open and public so we can watch it and follow all the processes. They opened up the government meetings so every interested parties can see the broadcast of it. They opened the residential places of work and residence, like president's residence is open now for public to go and to have, I don't know, to rest in the gardens and so on, which can be quite a norm in other countries, but it's novelty for Armenia. And most importantly, they are applying some backwards channels with communicating with people. The Prime Minister is actively running his Facebook page, initiates question-answer sessions quite regularly. And it's very interesting what we watched just recently when the new government was reporting on the first 100 days of their government. They used the rally format to bring people to the Republic Square at 7 o'clock, the same format, 7 o'clock at Republic Square, to report on the achievements. And huge number of people came, like 100,000 people appeared on the Republic Square to listen to this report. And we can qualify this as a sort of a public town hall meeting, but of course it's a one-way dialogue. So now we are trying to establish good relations, working relations. Since I'm coming from the United Nations Development Program, which supports the government in all the development processes, we try to establish now meaningful, regular, and institutional channels for citizen engagement. And we are on very good track. And on my last note, I would like to share with you some examples on our achievements, what we have done so far. So we developed a platform which is called eDraft, and which is run by the Ministry of Justice. It allows people to participate in the law drafting, to comment in and to provide feedback. Then we, for local government, we developed an SMS polling tool which helps the municipalities to engage people in decision-making through an SMS channel. And third, we also support initiatives that encourage people to come to the public spaces and meet the government and discuss openly burning issues. So with all that said, I would like to thank the organizers of the forum and also all of you, because this is the right time for me to learn what are you doing in your countries and to bring some positive practices to my country and promote them in Armenia. Thank you very much. And on the last note, I would like to say that within our team, we produced a research, and I will leave these cards at the reception desks. So we very much encourage feedback. In case you are interested, you can review the research on citizen engagement in local governance and provide your feedback to us. We will be very much thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to welcome Roberto from Lisbon. Yeah, from the university. Thank you very much. Yes, it's your floor.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Roberto Falanga from the University of Lisbon. How to regenerate marginalized areas in urban contexts by promoting the participation of local groups of citizens, associations, and organizations. How to allow open access to public funding to implement bottom-up initiatives for urban regeneration, and how to create a new track record of internationally awarded good practices of participatory urban regeneration. To answer these questions, let me share 5 lessons learned from the BIPZIP program, which is a participatory urban regeneration program led by the municipality of Lisbon. So the program is implemented in priority areas of the city since 2011. Associated citizens and parish governments have joined in local partnerships and applied annually for public funding. Available data confirm that 560 local partners have been involved in the implementation of 270 projects for a total budget of almost 15 million euro. Furthermore, the program was awarded by the International Observatory of Participatory Democracy in 2013 as a best practice of participation. So the 5 key lessons that I would like to share with you are: the first one is that the program relies on a comprehensive mapping of priority areas, which was conducted by the local development and housing department in 2010, in order to identify where the program should act according to socioeconomic, urban and environmental indicators. The map was further discussed with the local population via public consultation, and it was eventually included in the master plan with 67 priority areas into social housing, historical neighborhoods, illegal origin dwellings, and a mix of the 3 typologies. The second lesson is that partners and communities are provided with public funding from 5,000 up to 50,000 euro each for projects of urban regeneration, which include a wide range of activities and are addressed to a wide range of publics. The third lesson is that applications are evaluated and selected by an independent jury of experts according to the following criteria. The first one is citizen participation approach in the formulation and implementation of the projects. The second is the adequacy of the proposal to solve the identified problems with the local populations, the improvement of local development and social cohesion in the whole city. The fourth is the sustainability of the projects, so they have to ensure the sustainability after the funding. And then the fifth is the implementation of innovative methods, objectives, and partnerships. The fourth lesson is that all this effort for urban regeneration in Lisbon is complemented by other municipal actions. The first one is the constitution of the community-based local development network, which is composed of members from the municipality, NGOs, cooperatives, enterprises, foundations, and so on and so forth, which helps implement the local strategy of the municipality. The other action is the decentralized offices of the municipality in support of regeneration in some of these priority areas. The decentralized municipality offices are called GABIPs, and so they aim to improve this new co-governance model in the city. Last lesson is that the program is being currently evaluated, and I am also the evaluator of this program, which should confirm the values of transparency, accountability that we should foster for the next future of participatory processes in the world. The model evaluation consists of the creation of the first indicator of participation, so I would be very keen to discuss with the first speaker about the evaluation of this process. So the indicator of participation, which gathers both quantitative data about the amount of local partnerships, projects, and funding in each one of the 67 priority areas of Lisbon, and also qualitative information from the local groups and local communities that have been involved from 2011 to 2017. Thank you very much.
So now I'm happy to announce the next panel. So it's already the fourth panel on our Global Forum, and it's a panel about how do we bring more deliberation and governance into direct democracy. And I'm really happy to welcome Nathan Gardels, who is the moderator of this panel. He is the editor-in-chief of the World Post, which is a section of the Washington Post, and also a senior advisor of the Berggruen Institute. And he also was involved in the legislative change of the initiative law in California in 2014. I'm really happy that he's here. Please welcome Nathan Gardels.
The rest of the panel coming up?
Yeah, I hope the rest of the panel, yes, I can. So
we have the rest of the panel come up also? Grab a seat somewhere. Hi. Manju. Hello. Helga. Oh, you're Manju. Okay, got it. Okay, good morning. We have a panel here from around the world. I'll open that up in a second. Let me introduce the panel first. We have David Casaleggio, who runs the Ruso platform, online platform associated with the 5-Star Movement. People in Italy know who he is. We have Dr. Lim from Korea. We have Manju from Oregon. Helga from Reykjavik. I can't try to pronounce your last name. Huh? Okay. And Andreas Gross from Switzerland, who's the reigning expert on Swiss direct democracy. What I'm going to do first is take 4 minutes to frame this discussion about deliberation, talk a little bit about California. I come from what I call the direct democratic Republic of California, since we are run basically by direct democracy. And when you are run by direct democracy for decades, as we have been, the issue becomes very quickly, how do you deliberate the right policies so that you don't have counterproductive policies produced by direct democracy. So just a few opening remarks to frame the issue. The participatory power of social media is a game changer for governance. It levels the playing field among amateurs and experts, peers and authorities, and even challenges the legitimacy of representative government. Its arrival coincides and reinforces the widespread distrust of elites across the Western world, ripening the historical moment for direct democracy whose time has clearly come. Here in Italy, we have seen for the first time an internet-based movement, the 5-Star Movement, that has come to power with the slogan, "Participate, don't delegate." There is a paradox, however, for governance in this digital age. The more participation there is, the greater the need for the counterbalance of impartial mediating practices and institutions to sort out the cacophony of voices, the welter of conflicting interests, and the deluge of contested information. If contemporary democracies are going to avoid committing suicide through polarization and paralysis fueled by misinformation, they need a radical renovation that responds to the forces undermining them. Above all, such a renovation must engage the participatory power of social media and the increasing penchant for direct democracy by designing new institutions and practices that interpose a deliberative filter against the false claims, misinformation, prejudice, and magical thinking that often accompanies the immediate wash of networked public sentiment. A key innovation of democracy today would not only involve citizens initiating proposals, but proactive solicitation of priority concerns of the public through open platforms, empowered knowledgeable bodies with a relevant expertise and to process those concerns into effective and consensual responses on a nonpartisan basis, and then go back to the citizens directly for approval of these proposals in the ballot box before they become law. Experience shows that citizens at large are less partisan and open to more pragmatic solutions than parties vying for power. Such a revision in the way self-government works would complement representative democracy and at the same time compensate for its waning legitimacy in our age of distributed power. It would provide a robust avenue for citizens to initiate action outside legislatures that are often too easily locked up by the established parties and organized special interests that have the time and money to fight elections and maintain a lobby hold on those they elect. Now, California is the home of both Silicon Valley and probably the most intense use of the initiative process in the world, maybe outside Switzerland, although Andreas tells me we use it more intensely in California. Every major consequential policy in California over the last few decades has been decided by citizen initiative process: taxes, budget, environmental regulation. When citizens are actively informed, the initiative process can make good policy. It has established a majority vote on budgets that broke partisan gridlock, citizen commissions to draw districts, electoral districts instead of legislatures, and protecting the California coast. But there has also been a major downside: tax policies that lock in spending but lock out revenues, leading the state to spend more on prisons than higher education. And to a great extent, special interests, oil, tobacco, the soda companies, real estate developers, even the teachers' unions, hijack the citizens' initiative to promote and protect their own special interests. They have the time and money that organized ordinary citizens just don't possess. Too often, the invisible hand is the invisible legislator. Then there are those ballot initiatives that sought to end public services for immigrants and outlaw same-sex marriage. Both won at the polls, but were thrown out by the courts. In 2014, our Think Long Committee for California was able to change the initiative law for the first time in 50 years, introducing transparency of funding and mandating a deliberative review of ballot initiatives by the legislature when 25% of qualifying signatures were gathered. This enables the legislature to negotiate with sponsors who can then withdraw the initiative if there's a compromise reached that is agreeable to the sponsors. If it's not agreeable, the initiative goes forward to the ballot. This led just this summer to the first digital privacy legislation in the United States. An initiative forced the hand of the big tech companies to come to the table and seek a deal through the legislature. In the next legislative session, we will amend the law to further extend the deliberation period for this process. Finally, we plan to go forward in the coming years to establish an independent initiative review process, not unlike Oregon. The former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is designing that proposal. One day, we want to go beyond this indicative exercise and are looking to institutionalize the process further by making the state Senate a nonpartisan branch of government indirectly elected on the meritocratic basis of experience and expertise that serves as a permanent review body for initiatives. In short, as a place for the second reading of citizens' initiative proposals the same way the present Senate does with legislative proposals from the Assembly. This new Senate would not only vet initiatives and negotiate with sponsors, but have the power to propose them, itself after processing the proactively solicited concerns of the public. So this is where California stands. What I would like to do now is turn to the panel and try to keep your comments to 5 to 7 minutes to talk about their tools of citizen engagement and what kind of deliberative process it goes through. And then if we have time, we'll open up to the audience. So let me start with David to talk about Lexi Scritti and other tools you have for citizen engagement. David.
Possibly not. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, we've worked a lot on participatory democracy. Obviously, the experiences around the world are very inspiring, and California is one of these. When we talk about participatory democracy, we often seen as something of someone that talks about something that still doesn't exist and is a fad. So when I think about what happened in the past when something new arrived, I think about when the car arrived. When Ford started constructing cars, he was advised by the president of the bank, of the savings bank at the time in 1903, of the fact, oh, don't invest in cars because it's just a fad. The horse is here to stay. Well, I don't think the horse is here to stay. If someone wants to go on horses, he is obviously welcome to. But I don't think that is the future for democracy. I think the future for democracy is participatory democracy, getting citizens involved in democracy, getting citizens to choose their representatives if they need to, and getting them to choose the laws that get passed, getting them to choose what activities they want to do firsthand. So we've tried to do this in the last few years in Italy. We are using a platform that is called Ruso, that has today around 100,000 people using it. And on this platform, we've managed to do a vote every 20 days, average, since 2012. So every 20 days, we got people voting. We got people choosing their representatives. Today, we have over 300 parliamentarian MPs in Parliament, and they're all being chosen through, well, not all of them, but most of them have passed due to the electoral law. Most of them have passed through the platform. They've candidated themselves on the platform. It was one of those 100,000 people that were part of the Five-Star Movement and on Rusо, and they got voted by all the other people. So this was one example of how to get people involved directly on choosing what they can choose. Other parties choose the list of people that go into Parliament, maybe in 3-4 people. So that's the vast possibility of getting people involved. When they are part of a movement, they can actually choose. And this will be done also for the European Parliament that is coming up. It is also used for regional elections. So we have over 130 people representing the movement in regional councils, and they've all passed through this process of getting voted online. But we don't only vote for people online, we get also people to discuss and to discuss, for example, the program. Today we have a government made mainly by the Five-Star Movement, and this government has a program. This program was discussed in more than a year, online, getting people to experts to explain the various topics, to explain which directions we could take for the various topics. And then after a discussion that normally lasted a week for every single topic we discussed, we got people to vote, to deliberate which direction we should be taking. And today we have a program, a government program, that has been voted by people, has been voted by the people that are part of the Five-Star Movement. So this is another example of how to get people involved, directly involved, using online. It was pretty simple on an idea perspective. It was very complicated, obviously, to get all the process running. Another thing we got people involved in is getting together. We started off in 2005 using a platform that is called meetup.com, because we saw great success in 2004 with the Howard Dean campaign in the States. So we decided to get people together physically. We got in pizzerias, in bars, in whatever venue they chose to get together on a local level. And that helped a lot to get people knowing each other, discussing topics directly, physically also, not only digitally. But the digital part allowed people to get together, to get to know each other. Today, we are using on a platform, Ruso, a feature that is called Call to Action, that gets people involved in activities. When we get people involved in activities, it can be activities without the symbol of the Five-Star Movement, so open to everyone. So, for example, in November, and if anyone wants to participate around the world, this is a call to action that I'm doing to all of you. We are planting trees in our cities. So we are giving everyone the format, the way of planting trees in the cities and the way of getting them free from the state. At least in Italy, we can get them free from the state. And how to ask town councils for the space to plant trees in our towns. So this is, for example, a call to action that anyone can do, just going on a platform, and can do them in all the parts of the world. And this year, I hope we'll go much more over the participation of last year, where we planted tens of thousands of trees all around Italy. So this is an example of how we get people together, and the formats are not only centrally given, but also on a local level. Anyone can inspire all the other people and create an event, create something new, and get people aggregating on a physical level. So we had over 4,000 events in the last year done like this. And these are just a few examples. Obviously, in these 5 minutes that I have, I can't go into detail of all the activities we've done on a platform, but these are just some examples of how to get people involved and get people participating in the activities of a movement in this case, but it will be able to do in also on a government level, on all other levels of participation where democracy can evolve in a new way and doesn't necessarily need to go on a horseback.
There, okay. Before we go on, David, let me just ask you one quick question. Can you just give us one example of a piece of legislation that was proposed by citizens the process it went through before it was presented to your parliamentary group for voting. Just give you an example.
Yeah, sure. You pointed out another feature that we have. Well, we have various features on discussing laws. I talked about how we discussed the program. It took us more than a year to discuss the government program. But we also have some tools that allow people to interact with pieces of legislation that are taken forward by parliamentarians. So we have Lex Parlamento, where all the parliamentarians, before presenting the law in Parliament on the final release, they get it discussed for 2 months online. So that's Lex Parlamento, and we have that on a regional level and on a European level too. We have another feature that is called Lex Iscritti, and with this feature people can actually propose laws directly. They can write them out as they can. We don't ask people to write out in formal way, but we ask them to indicate what the objective of that law is, if any legislation around the world already exists around that law, and if there's any types of context within Italy that we should know about. And these laws, these proposed laws, then get voted by all the other members of the Five Star Movement, and the ones that are most voted get taken to Parliament. So, for example, the last voting that we had it in September, at the beginning of this September. We voted on the topics of digital citizenship. So we got all the proposed laws tied to digital citizenship, and the one that was most voted was to give free access to Wi-Fi to people within Italy. And this is actually a part of also the program of this government. So there is a point on that. So this citizen will be will be invited to Parliament and will help to write out this law to allow people to access to free Wi-Fi around Italy. So this is one example of how to get people directly involved in creating new legislation.
How many legislative proposals are in the works, more or less?
Well, there's thousands of people that are proposing laws. I think now we've gone over 4,000 proposed laws. The most voted and taken to Parliament, I think now we are around 24. And these are the ones that have been taken to Parliament until now. This is taking into account also when we were in opposition, so it was much more difficult to get the laws passed. So maybe now it will be easier.
Okay. Let me go back to the initiative process, Manju, to talk about Oregon is the other place besides California and Switzerland that uses the initiative process quite often. So why don't you tell us what the process is like there and what the deliberation mechanism is that you have.
Buongiorno. Hello. I am so delighted to be here today, to be able to share what we've been doing the last 10 years to develop a really fine process. The reason that we started with this was simply because we saw that the initiative process, which was very hardy in Oregon, was in trouble because the voters did not understand what they were voting for. In fact, research showed that 75% of the voters did not actually understand the initiative before they voted on it, and 66% were willing to admit that they voted anyway. So there was a problem because we were not, through direct democracy, really creating very good policy. And the second reason was because we so wanted to protect this essential aspect of direct democracy, that we wanted to help initiatives upstream develop more effective, well-thought-out, deliberative laws, potential laws for people to vote on. So that was the original impetus. And it's very relevant to our conversation because as I've listened very closely with you, I've heard how important each one of the direct democracy speakers has talked about initiatives and referendums and what a key part of their direct democracy programs this is. So how do we make it really good? How do we make sure that people, when they vote, understand what they're voting for so that the next morning they don't wake up like the Brexit vote and the majority of people say, if I could vote again, I would change my vote. Too late then. The other thing that I've heard you talk about is transparency and awareness. This process is conducted completely in the public eye. The panelists are chosen in the public eye. Anyone can observe, and it's streamed online. The entire process has an observation space at the back of the room, and any public member, any member of the press is welcome to come and watch the entire thing. So it is highly transparent. And I also have heard one of the themes, the little question back and forth, do we want direct democracy or do we want representative democracy? And I encourage us to think outside the box and recognize citizens can represent citizens. And this is what this process actually does. It involves citizens in representing each other. And I will tell you, I have sat in the back of the room and watched 5 of these. And these citizens that are selected, and I'll tell you in a moment how, to represent their communities, their friends, their family, other citizens, take it very seriously. They work 4 very long, hard days, and they go home in the evening and they do more research. So I think it's very relevant to our conversation today. And I just want to share with you that another thing that I think is really important that as we work with direct democracy we do is that we use the people that are involved and publicize their experience of it so more and more people know about it. And am I too close?
Yes.
Oh. I think it's really important to publicize and build on the experience that people have of deliberative, direct democracy. I want to read just a couple of things. In 2016, we did our first, we just finished our second Citizens Initiative Review in Massachusetts, and the panelists were so enthusiastic about this process that they actually stayed at the end of 4 very long days to craft together a statement. And this is what they wrote. Many of us consider the CIR to be our most meaningful experience in politics. And for those of us who've struggled to keep faith in the political system, it helped to restore it. I interviewed, when I first was asked to join the board of directors of Healthy Democracy, I interviewed some panelists. And the first person I interviewed said, I felt like I won the democracy lottery. And she said, the process is designed so well to get us where we need to be. I wish we could have something like this in all of our communities. And finally, I'll just share with you from one of the journalists I respect so deeply. The CIR is the most significant attempt at initiative reform in the US. That from our own Joe Matthews. So let's talk about how it actually works, because it's very powerful. Panelists between 20 and 24 in number are chosen by sortition, random selection. We send out between 5,000 and 10,000 letters, snail mail, at this moment in time, to people who are on the voter rolls in the state of Oregon or wherever we're doing it, where we've now expanded to other states, and invite people to reply and let us know if they're interested in participating. And the first year we did it, we sent 10,000 letters out and we received an 8% response. So that lets you know citizens are interested and curious about participating in these things. And we also ask, we include a disclosure agreement in the actual packet that we send them. They have to let us know that they are not involved in a political party, they do not hold office, they are not involved in an initiative campaign or a political campaign of any kind. And then we use stratification to select people so that we represent, with that panel of 20 or 24, the actual demographics of the voting public that they are actually representing. And we do not use their name. We do not, we code everything. So no one actually knows until we peel all the codes away who's been chosen at the end of the process. And the metrics that we use, that we always use, are political party, gender, ethnicity, educational attainment, and I think I'm leaving one out. What? Yes, gender. Thank you, thank you. Urban and rural, because we want to get a geographic representation if it's for the whole state of Oregon, so location is very important as well. And then we just did a local initiative review for the Portland metro area, 3 counties in the Portland area. And because it had to do with housing, we also added the metric of renters and homeowners. So we really pay attention to what we're doing. Once they're selected, they end up in a room, and day one, they're introduced to the process. They're actually put through a simulation and given an opportunity to practice in a low-risk, zero-risk, really, experience. And then they usually hear from a contextual expert. This is someone neutral who does not have skin in the game, who is explaining to them the terms they'll be hearing and the field that they've just dropped into, because as you all know, these initiatives are extremely complex, and I may know absolutely nothing about how housing is built in Portland. And those experts are very, very important. And so by the end of that first day, they're comfortable with what they're going to be doing. Day two, they hear from pro and con activists, the activist parties that are for the initiative, the activist parties that are against the initiative. Prior to that, we have worked with each activist party to help them identify 7 key statements that they feel are the most important reasons to vote either for or against the initiative that they are campaigning, either for or against. And the participants have a binder and they have this information in front of them. So they are able to listen to these activists and then ask questions. And in the most recent one we did, we had an online component where we also allowed people online to send questions in. So again, expanding it to include more people. Technology is also a most important tool that we're looking at now to see how can we in real time include more people in this process. Then they also listen to additional independent experts who at this point of the game, after they've heard from the activists or the advocates, they're going to have more questions, right? And so then there's another panel of independent experts that they get to listen to that helps explain some of the questions that might have come up. Day 3, they begin to sift through the information to see what is strong that they've heard, what is reliable, what is verifiable, and what are they really curious about? Like, this sounds more like an advertisement or something doesn't quite feel right. And so they, as groups, there's a lot of group work, small group work in 4s. They come up with additional questions for round 2 with the activists. And the activists get those questions in advance so that they can be prepared. And then they also hear from another panel of independent experts. So 2 rounds with the advocates and 2 rounds with independent experts, and initially that contextual expert, which gives them the lay of the land, so to speak, so they'll be able to follow. Now their 4th day is spent crafting a 750-word statement that gets published in the Oregon Voters Pamphlet so that every voter in Oregon reads this. And it is elevated. The legal initiative is first, and then the Citizens Initiative Review Statement is next, and then follow all of the basic ads from the campaigns for and against and the different advocates that are for and against. So that's how that works, and it is amazing to watch these 20 people brilliantly craft a 750-word statement, which is not touched when they are finished. They know that any typo goes to print. We do not whether you're voting for or against, these are the things that you need to know. And then there are columns on the left and columns on the right, and there are 3 reasons listed of why you would vote for this initiative. And these panelists work on both sides. It is a life-changing experience for them because they understand at the end of this what real deliberation actually is. So let's take bullet number 1, the one reason to vote for this, and then right underneath bullet number 1 is the reason this is important is because, and there's a values statement there, to help the voters understand we've done this multiple times. 65% of our panelists have said it's extremely valuable. 35% are saying it's very valuable. So as you can see, the panelists are very happy with this experience after it's over. And the one more thing I want to add, because I think it's very important, is that we have worked, we have been completely transparent with researchers from various universities around the United States who actually study deliberation in the field of democracy, study communication in the field of democracy. We have given them access to everything. They are in the back of the room. Each researcher sits and listens to the small meeting groups, and then they give us feedback. And so we have redesigned this process since our first one in 2008 multiple times. And I will say that the one I just saw 3 weeks ago in Portland is close to perfection. It is brilliantly designed to allow participants to fully participate, each and every one of them, and to make sure that the facilitators are completely neutral and that the process is designed to produce a very fine outcome. That's it.
The audience is as enthusiastic as your panel. 2 quick questions on this. When the statement is produced, is there a majority vote of the 24? Is it consensus? That's one question. Second question, it appears in the pamphlet that's mailed out to voters, but it does not appear on the actual ballot during the day of the election. Is that right?
It does not appear on the ballot itself, of course, because it's a 750-word document. It's in the voters' pamphlet. And what was your... Majority vote. Oh, yes. Supermajority, which is 3/4 in the U.S. And I think everyone I have observed, we have gotten 19 out of 20 that have supported it. There's very high support for the end result.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very, very enlightening. Let's just stick on the initiative. Let's stick on the initiative topic for a second and go to Andreas to talk about Switzerland. And a lot of us know about Switzerland's initiative process. So maybe you can focus on what the issues are, what the problems might be with the initiative process.
Thank you.
Citizens initiative.
First, I think after having listened to Manu, I should say that a Swiss professor of Geneva just got the grant to study the Oregon experience with CIR in order to think about implementing it also in Switzerland. And this is a very nice point because, Oregon started the initiative process based on the Swiss experience. And the initiative process at that time was called in Oregon Swiss democracy. And now they made very good experiences and improved it. And now the homeland, so to say, takes the lessons back and try to improve their own system at home too. So I think that's a very nice example of transatlantic political democratic learning in the interest of both of us. The second point I would like to make, I think I like this panel very much because it's about the soul of direct democracy. Deliberation, understood as a mutual reflexive discussion, is the soul of all direct democracy. And it was always the idea why those who fought for direct democracy, they wanted to give the people the right to speak with each other and to participate by exchanging together the views in order to learn from each other. And the real purpose of the design of direct democracy is to make this deliberation soul strong and vivid and cherished, so to say. So I understand the panel, the title of the panel in the sense, how do we have to design direct democracy in order to strengthen the soul of direct democracy, deliberation. And when you compare the experiences in California, Oregon, and Switzerland, you see a huge difference, which is which concerns the potential for deliberation of the direct democracy process, and this is the time. Time. You know, direct democracy is not fast food or quick fix. You need time on every element of the process in order to make deliberation possible. The quicker you organize the process, the more you exclude and the more you reduce the possibility to deliberation. And it starts already by the time you offer to gather the necessary signatures. When we have 18 months, and we have this because the citizens made in our country the design, the law. And it's a citizen-friendly design because they wanted to have the time to speak to each other, to convince each other in order to get the signature after a deliberation process. And this is a big difference in the United States where everything goes quicker. But, and the second point also, you need to give time for the deliberation in the administration because after the initiative has the necessary signatures, it has to go to the administration to enable the government to make a position, to establish a position which will be discussed afterwards in the parliament. And to both entities, you need to give enough time in order to make them understand that perhaps the idea is okay, but it could be done in a different way. And this will be a third option for the choice of the people. And there you see another element. California just introduced now this right in the last 3 years, I think. And this is another point where you see that the transatlantic mutual learning process is going on because we made very good experiences with this counter-proposal option, which always only had a fair chance in our country, only since 30 years now, and you took that in California. And I think this is a good example that this learning process happens, but I think still we have a lot we could learn from the Californian experience when it comes to transparency, fairness, and so on. But the time you should give more time also in the Californian or Oregon process in order to strengthen this soul of deliberation. And the second element, or the third point I would like to make, as I think this is also an inspiring proposition, the voter pamphlet you talked already, which is a center point of all modern direct democracies. I think it's also, by the way, it was invented for the first time in Oregon and not in Switzerland, and the Swiss took it also about 40 years ago. In a digital age, we could make a supplement to the voters pamphlet in the sense that you publish in the voter pamphlet an address, an email address, where every voter can put any question concerning concerning an issue on the ballot. And the parliament, for instance, not to give it to the government, organizes 4 people who, for 6-7 weeks before the vote, they are in charge to answer any question they give from any citizens. And because everybody will be suspicious that this guy will be biased, everybody who goes on this platform or goes on this site will see all answers giving to all the questions. And when you think that I gave to the citizen an incomplete answer, you can add what you think I missed. And at the end of the day, you will go on discussing together. And the guy from the parliament or from the government is out of the game. And this is an extremely efficient increase of the deliberation potential, because then everybody has the possibility to learn what he or she wants most to know about the issue. And because the voter pamphlet goes to all people, to the professor, like the older guy who never looks to a newspaper, and this digital possibility gives everybody to ask the questions where he or she needs the most to know more, so to say. And the last point, on this is an old idea, but I think in Switzerland, for instance, it should happen, because as you know, direct democracy needs also an infrastructure. And even in the digital age, we need an infrastructure where people can meet. And that's why I think still, besides the time which has to be put into the design of the process, every commune or every small town should have a house of democracy where you see and you can meet all the guys who would like to think and discuss about an issue. Because that's the other point we should never forget, that alone you never understand anything in politics. You need the other guy to help you to understand what is in an issue and how it should be decided. And such a house of democracy would be a permanent incentive, so to say, to meet and to think about and to deliberate. And that's why I think it would be one of the best, most effective contributions to the increase or the cherish of the soul of direct democracy deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would just underscore this point about the time frame, the problem we have in California, because in the United States, as everyone knows, corporations have the right to free speech just like individuals. So the soda companies put an initiative on the ballot to stop local governments from raising taxes without a 2/3 vote. But the real aim was to stop local governments from taxing sodas for obesity and so on. The legislature was able to get it off the ballot, but the time frame was so short, they had to agree to the soda companies to not tax them for 12 years. Otherwise, it would have gone to the ballot and it would have destroyed local financing. So the time for deliberation is a critical element in that. So let's go back across the Atlantic to Iceland, and then to the Trans-Pacific learning. We'll come to you afterwards. So Helga, you want to go ahead?
Can you hear me now? Is it on? No. Push again. Now it's on. Okay, yes. Good morning. I must say I feel a little bit out of place in this panel because I cannot bring you any success stories about the popular initiative from Iceland. The only story I have is the constitutional disaster from Iceland, and I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the experience of Reykjavik, how we have been doing this for the last 8 years. The economic crisis in 2008 hit Iceland particularly hard, and after our banks collapsed, we had a small revolution, the pot and pan revolution, and our government collapsed. And instantly there was a lack of trust in our society, especially towards politicians and political parties. And in an attempt to come to terms with that, the people of Iceland demanded changes. They wanted direct democracy, they wanted participation, deliberation, transparency, and these have been very loud, these claims. And in that atmosphere, we had an election in 2010 for the municipality level. And at that election, these demands were very high. There was an NGO who saw an opportunity, very fortunately, and he gave the parties, opened the website and gave them the opportunity to crowdsource ideas for the campaigns. And they opened the website just a week before the elections. So it was a very short time, but one party caught on. It was the best party. It's called the best party. I'm not being biased. And that's the only party that used the website in any significance. And after they unexpectedly won the election, it was a joke campaign. After they won the election, they decided to use the platform to crowdsource ideas for their majority agreements or negotiations. So this became a huge part of their existence. And since this was a party of non-politicians and their mayor, a well-known comedian in Iceland, really actually did not have many political opinions. This was a very good idea for them and also for Iceland, evidently, and for Reykjavik. So he got into office and he actually decided, obviously this caught on, and the idea of direct democracy got wings in the Reykjavik municipality at least. And this was institutionalized, this was put into our system. So we made agreement with this Citizen Foundation, and they have been running the website for us ever since. And we opened, it was one of the first things that the new city council did. They launched these two projects, Better Reykjavik, which was a crowdsourcing website, and also Better Districts, or yes. And that was more of a project about, it was a BP project about new constructions and maintenance in the neighborhoods. And I'm not going to tell you a lot about that because Unr has done that a few times in these forums. But I'm going to tell you that very shortly after we started working on this, this was in 2010, so there was not much money. And this was Iceland, so there was not much money. We had to do it with our resources and maybe a little bit. I think we got maybe like one person to help us. And we just tried our best, and what helped us very much was that we had this website. And it's easier to talk to people through the internet and less time consuming than face-to-face. So all our focus went into the BP project. And we neglected the crowdsourcing project a little bit, Better Reykjavik. So after a few years, we felt, even though the BP project has been a good success and we're very happy with it, we felt that in both projects, we were not in touch with the citizens anymore. So what we have been doing for the last few years is trying to improve the conversation, trying to get more resources, and we've been able to do that. And we're putting them all into the face-to-face conversation with the citizens. And we are hoping, and also more publicity and just trying to get people to participate. And we have been seeing the numbers go up. We have around 10% participation in our BP project. And we are seeing now, because we're just going through this for the first year now, we're seeing the ideas coming in through the collection of ideas now, being more diverse and being maybe a little bit better than before, because we have been going out, meeting people where they are, meeting them in schools, in their elderly homes, and trying to get those people who usually don't vote or are not, the groups that we are seeing that are not very active in the democracy. And they are producing ideas that we are hoping that will be something that's going to get more of the same group to vote. So we're trying to expand the democratic involvement instead of just focusing on the group that's already involved. That's our goal. And this is what we've been doing now. And in that process, we realized that there's a huge demand from the people for something more than we're doing now. So we are launching a new project that my colleague Unr is going to talk about in a note from Reykjavik a little bit later today. And that's a project where we are just trying to co-create with the citizens of Reykjavik and companies and NGOs and not steer them so much as we've been doing. So we're letting go a little bit and just giving the floor to the citizens more than we've been doing. So this is maybe in a very short way the experience that we thought that the focus on the IT was too much, and we needed to focus on the conversation. So that's our experience.
Thank you.
Helga.
That's a good point. The same conversation we're having in California is how to link the crowdsourcing technology with deliberation. Crowdsourcing technology is very good at identifying concerns, prioritizing concerns, but the deliberative process is difficult through a crowdsourcing process. You need to go to the next step and have some kind of a online discussion that's mediated with experts, or some kind of deliberative process like in Oregon. So the two things need to be linked, I think. So now let's go, Dr. Lim, to the Pacific. I think you have a presentation? Okay.
Thank you. At first, I introduce the sovereignist democracy. I think sovereignist democracy is a kind of dialectal democracy in the future. At first, let's see.
Those were the words that were uttered, and the true nature of those in power was revealed. They reigned by monopolizing power and protected their reputations, all the while spouting lies and deceit. When the public realized all of this, fury, misery, and frustration boiled over. Nonetheless, we never forgot our rights as citizens. The nationwide candlelight rallies began as a small spark, but spread like wildfire, heating up the bitter cold winter with a cumulative attendance of 16,852,000 people. During that time, the number of protesters arrested or deceased, 0. The number of rally sites nationwide, 67. Worldwide, 74. These candlelight rallies began on October 29, 2016 and went on until April 29, 2017, over a span of 183 days. The official 23 days of peaceful protests set a tremendous precedent. Korean summit and the North Korea-US summit created a peaceful mood the entire world experienced. And it was all made possible by one particular event. It all began with a candlelight revolution of 17 million Koreans, an unprecedented series of voluntary rallies led by ordinary citizens. People who had been divided by ideology, regionalism, and generation took to the streets with candles as a symbol of a united heart, a united purpose. South Korea is a democratic republic. All power comes from the people. That was the moment when those words from the Constitution rode the waves of the people's cries into the candlelit square. The candlelight revolution began with roars of, "What kind of nation do we live in?" But the shame of those cries soon thereafter evolved into proud shouts of, "This is the kind of nation we live in." It gave inspiration and courage to mankind with the world's democracy at stake. People went out to the square every weekend, trudging through snow, showing their commitment to democracy and justice with a tenacity never seen before. Spirit that had once been lost was restored in Candlelight Square. We were able to survive the snow and rain, shivering in the cold because of the warmth and affection we shared. The youth, teenagers to 30-somethings, took the initiative and breathed life into the revolution, creating the greatest hope and legacy of a progressive core, and thus the candlelight generation was born. As time passed, the protests became even more electric, but there was patience and order, shouts and marching. The moral fortitude of the peaceful rallies of 1 million or 2 at a time overshadowed the need for show of force or violence. The magnificent and beautiful candlelight revolution, a rarity in the history of the world, was introduced to humankind in the 21st century and elevated the national prestige that had fallen to the wayside. This was a scene of a mission that absolutely needed to be fulfilled. People around the world admired the democratic maturity of South Korean citizens and likewise wanted to learn how to express the people's will from a young democracy. In light of all of this, the Frederick Ebert Foundation selected the Koreans who participated in the candlelight demonstrations as the recipients of the FES Human Rights Award in 2017. Through this process, the candlelight revolution became a shining example for human rights, not only in South Korea, but also for the rest of the world. We use light to write this chapter in history together. Darkness cannot overcome light. We won't stop here. Moving forward, it's time to make sure the fury and sorrow we felt isn't repeated again.
Thank you. And I think that is direct democracy movement in the future, I think. And 17 million candlelight citizens enjoying the assembly to perhaps 20 weeks or every Saturday assembly. They think they don't trust the politician, so they represent themselves and they make another democracy called the sovereignist democracy, which is combined good harmony between direct democracy and representative democracy. And but now in Korea, we serve in the pursuit of constitutional renewal. Perhaps we need 2 years, perhaps. So. Yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes. We want to go to the audience. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Candlelight revolution. What happened in South Korea from October 2016 to March 2017? Probably 1 million people per week. Total of 17 million participated in the candlelight revolution. A non-violence, peaceful assembly demanding impeachment of President Brakzit. And what is question? How the crowd of such numbers volunteered to continue peaceful demonstration. What leads 7 million candlelight citizens to Gwanghwamun Plaza? First, the anger. Shall we learn abuse presidential and various public power for her own benefit? So, and many Koreans worry about that. The second point is ancient. Every Korean people suffer a hard time. Perhaps from birth to 7 years old, they serve a competition for the colleague entrance or such a job. Second period, they unstable job, illegal workers and long working hours. And later of their life, unstable life after retired and due to weak social security. And long time, perhaps last 10 years, they would thrive, then simultaneously achieve industrialization and democratization after the Second World War, and speed of ancient about the country and their future. Korean citizens want to get the grand vision for embodied of the spirit of the candlelight rally and constitutional spirit of popular chauvinist, and they want individuals are more involved in the state affairs. Perhaps they want in the future the golden triangle, including growth policy and environment and welfare. And there is but in the same time, we suffer some caliber, including generation caliber, older generation and younger generation. And now we have, in the candlelight revolution, we use the smartphone and including social media, which is changed the communication into the hyper-connected society. But there is a polarization. We thank you. We solve many kind of the problem. But in the future, we will to make the more other better future together. Thank you.
Thank you.
With Korea having such a high penetration of smartphones and the most wired society, plenty of opportunity for the kind of tools that you're creating in Italy. I think we want to go to the audience now for any questions. We have microphones out there. Bruno, here's two gentlemen here. This gentleman here.
Parlerò in italiano.
I will speak Italian. Thank you very much for your presentations. I found them extremely interesting. I have two questions, one for Mr. Casaleggio and one for anybody else. I'm Leonello Zacquini. I live in Switzerland together with the gentleman that is there to the right. We are almost neighbors, but I'm Italian, as you can tell. I was elected in a municipal council of a small town in Switzerland, and that's why I know a lot about the Swiss political system. I really appreciated the presentations concerning participation, and I would like to ask the first question, a simple one. The Russo platform is extremely interesting. I use it. I've been using it. And I would like to, actually, I was asked also to ask you, why do the preparation time to answer questions are so short, so there's a very little time. I received the message where they say the voting is open. The vote is open from 11 to a.m. to 8 p.m. and I only know that the same day, and I don't have time to get ready to study. So also other people are wondering this. Why this very short time? Second question for everybody: don't you think it would be advisable to make a consideration upstream participation? Of course, participation is essential. The fact of having people that are competent and well-informed is also essential. But upstream, there's the reason and the motivation that is linked to the fact that you are taking away the monopoly of legislative power to legislators. And the fact that legislators know that makes things work better. I am convinced of this. And I realized it when I started participating in the town council. I realized that direct democracy, beyond all the mistakes that citizens can make, has a very important effect, with this effect being that the elected people, the representatives, are more careful at a council meeting, city council meeting. Intervention of someone a person can say, well, be careful, because either we make a good decision tonight or maybe tomorrow citizens will make their own decision. But so maybe the citizens will not intervene on that topic, but the elected representatives are much more careful and much more committed. And I think this is all something that should come even before participation. Already before participation, just the idea of a possible participation of citizens changes the attitude of the representatives. Thank you.
First, yeah, go ahead. Let's answer each question.
Okay, I'll go very quickly.
Allora, rapidamente.
For the time relative to votes. Well, at the moment, it's a whole day. In most the votes that we held is a whole day, at least 8 hours for regulament. We have at least 10 hours normally in voting time, and the votes are announced with 24 hours of pre-alert. We are working on ways of how to expand this time. It's obviously tied to the procedures we have for security and for certification of the vote. So it's obviously a question of costs. So we are expanding this, we will be expanding this time, but it's obviously something tied to new procedures that we have to put in place.
Let me just answer your second part of your question real quick about, I absolutely believe what you said is true. The initiative process makes the representative democracy on its toes, keeps it on its toes. In the case of, I mentioned before about the digital privacy law in California, the legislature wasn't doing anything. When the citizen initiative came out calling for digital privacy in an initiative, it forced the legislature to come to terms with that issue and deal with it. So I see a complementarity between direct democracy and representative democracy.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Question from the Southern Hemisphere.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, and they're both for Manju. So the first question is there evidence that voters read the Citizens Panel report? And are they more informed as a result of reading that report? And the second question is, firstly, I congratulate the Oregon legislature for setting up the Citizens Initiative Review Commission, but I understand they refuse to fund it, despite strong empirical evidence for its efficacy. Is there something that this forum can do to support your efforts to have the initiative properly funded? For example, in the past, we have co-signed letters of support.
Thank you so much for those questions. Yes, I noticed I didn't talk about the governance part of this panel. So there's several questions there. Dion, let me know if I miss one of them, but let's start with the last one. It is a real problem that when the Oregon legislature made it legal to create the Citizens Initiative Review Commission and run these reviews and give them status throughout the state, there was no public money to finance them attached to this bill. And I would say, I ran out of time, but I was going to talk about the problems that we're having, and that's the primary problem that we are having. So I would say to anyone who's interested in doing this, make sure that you get public funding for it, because it has been hard for us to raise private funds to continue this. And as far as two things I'll say. One, in relation to the panel themselves, what we learn is that people really, as they get a full and balanced picture of the pros and the cons, their perceptions of the bill do change. And there was a research study done in 2008 after our test run in Oregon, and a group of voters was asked about the initiative and how they would vote, and 2/3 of them said they would vote for it. And then they were presented, our researchers did this, then they were presented with the statement from the Citizens Initiative Review and asked after reading it how they would vote, and 2/3 said they would not vote for the initiative after reading the statement. So we do have data from our researchers, hardy group, 15 right now, 32 in all over the years of the CIR. Did I miss a question? Oh, yes. Oh, I'll tell you, we really worked hard the last 4 years to get some public funding done. And I think that would be an excellent idea, because the Oregon legislature hasn't woken up to the impact that this has on a global level. And so I think this forum, the fact that we're even here talking about it, that's a wonderful, supportive idea. Thank you so much for it.
Okay, buongiorno.
Good morning. I'm also a simple activist of the 5-Star Movement. I've also been using, let's say, weekly the Ruso platform. Probably there was a misunderstanding with respect to the previous question, maybe as far as I am concerned, because one day is not a short time to vote. As a matter of fact, because even when you have elections, national elections, you only have one day. But the notice is the problem. Maybe it would be better to say, hey guys, in 2-3 days, in 2-3 months, on a day that for security reasons we're going to announce a bit later, we are going to vote on this. Because if you do not announce the vote with a very long notice, you risk impoverishing the discussion, and you don't have a real referendum, because at the end of the day, you know, citizens who are not well informed only follow the directions and the instructions of the head of the party. Of course, it's still better than the things that other parties do, but maybe that's not the real direct democracy we would like. So would that be possible to have that option? So more discussion.
I'll try. As you can see, there's a lot of users of Rusо platform, and everyone has many requests, and I'm very happy about this actually, because we have created a new way of interaction with politics, with the way we decide, with the way we participate. Obviously, there is always ways of getting a service better out there, and we will work on that. We will work on the fact of getting votes announced earlier. For example, on Lexis Scritti, this is already happening because all the people have time, a few days, to analyze all the laws that have been put in on the vote. We will probably try to expand this also on other topics, like choosing the people that are representatives, all the topics that need time to analyze this. I can say I'm very happy about this requests about getting the service always better, because it means that people are participating, are wanting these tools, and but I don't want to take out the stage of all our other guests that are taking lovely examples from all around the world. So I'm very interested to hear more about them.
Last two very quick questions from here in the center of the room. First, Roman Hobart.
Thank you, Manchu, for your awesome experience in Oregon. I have one question. How you or who chooses the independent experts? Because somehow everybody is dependent on something, and who guarantees or ensures independence?
Hold that thought. One last question here.
Sì, molto velocemente. La prima questione...
Yes, very quickly. The first aspect, direct democracy needs infrastructures. Now, in Italy, there are places where access to the web is difficult, or at least it's very slow. So I wonder whether the current government can deal with this issue. Second issue, direct democracy needs to be known and loved. I wonder whether the current government, I mean the first government that cherishes direct democracy, might think about collaborating with the Ministry of Education to teach direct democracy in schools.
Okay, let's answer those questions, and then we'll end the panel. So Oregon quickly, and then David.
Excellent question, important question. The Citizens Initiative Review Commission, which the state of Oregon, the legislature authorized in 2011, chooses the independent experts. This panel is made up of former panelists, moderators that have served in that role that are neutral, and people from the legislature that are on all party sides. So they come together and reach consensus and choose the independent experts.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not talking about on behalf of the government, so I will not. I can tell you that we have both initiatives, both the fact of having the net on a big bandwidth all over Italy is one of the objectives of this government, and one of the topics that is in the contract, the government contract, is getting free bandwidth for every citizen that want to get in relation to the net in some way. So this is one topic that is already in the contract government, so I can expect that the government will be working in that direction. On the other topic, you were suggesting the fact that we should be creating a new type of education on net topics and on digital citizenship. This is obviously one of my topics, so I hope this will be the direction this government will take. And I know there's at least one law in Parliament that is going to be discussed on this topic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, panel.
Yes, thank you very much for this great panel and the great moderation. Thank you, Nathan. I just want to give you a short announcement. The next panel, which starts now, I would just want to give you the opportunity to pick up headphones, because we will have a third language on this panel. It's Spanish. And in that case, you don't understand Spanish, please pick up your headphones if you have not. Yeah, right. And in the meantime, I will already invite every panelist for the next panel to group here. And of course, I want to invite Una Margret Anadottir, the Manager for Democracy and Public Health of the city of Reykjavik, to come here for the next note. And I want to also mention that there were some loud noises outside from discussions outside. I know there's a lot of discuss, a lot of questions, but please be a little bit more quiet, that we have enough. It's loud enough here in the room. Also, we will not only have the next panel, but we will have also another workshop here in the Democracy International room about citizen assemblies. And we will have also, if you need a break and want to go outside in the sun, there will be a yoga session in the European Public Sphere in the Wooden Dome. So you're all invited to go there.
It's wonderful to talk, but could we do it not in the room? There's a whole city outside these rooms' doors.
Yes, I know there are a lot of things to discuss and a lot of questions, and it's great. But please, let's continue with the next panel. So therefore, pick up your headphones if you don't have on. There are many outside, and you can sit down. And we'll start with the next note from Reykjavik in a few minutes. Okay, please everybody take your seat.
Okay, we are continuing. Please sit down or go out. That's the deal now. Otherwise we will lose a lot of time. And we want to continue. Sit down, please. Or if you want to go out, but not standing around and talking here. So, please.
Yes, thank you, Bruno. Mike, come over here. This is Mike Feinstein, Christina. Okay, I think we can start. So I'm really happy to announce now our note from Reykjavik.
Hello, is this on? Yes, okay. Hi, my name is Unnur. I am a project manager for the Office of the Mayor of Reykjavik. And one of the projects I manage is a new democracy project we are just starting. We launched the beta version of it online a few days ago. So it's very current. This is the first time we're speaking about it outside of Iceland, actually. It's a logical progression because, like Helga, my colleague, was saying in the panel before, we have been trying to deepen the conversation with the citizens in our other democracy projects. And one of the things that we were starting to find is that there were a lot of citizens who weren't having their needs met in our other projects because they were all based on citizens giving us good ideas for something for the city to do. But we found a group of innovative, creative citizens who had projects of their own, who they didn't want to give to the city to do. They wanted to do it themselves, but they needed the support of their community or of the city to be able to do that. And as sometimes happens, things seem to be in the air a little bit, and they just prop up everywhere at the same time. So while we were thinking about this, an Icelandic company a crowdfunding company called Carolina Fund, a bit like the Kickstarter, if you know what that is, they came to us and they said that they had been working on a platform for this, for social innovation, with the Prime Ministry of Finland. And they came to us and asked if we wanted to try to do this with them on a municipal level. So we were very excited about that, and that is what we are launching now, a platform. It only has an Icelandic name at the moment, Sköpunartorg, and we're searching for an English name. And it is a democratic digital platform for social innovation in Reykjavik. It's to give strength to the culture of social innovation, to a culture of experimentation, and also the permission to fail. Because as an administration, we are getting the feeling, like I think many administrations around the world at the moment, that the world is very fast-paced, technology is very fast-paced, and it's hard for administrations in a responsible way to keep up with the pace. And we feel we're lagging behind, and that is, I think, a very common feeling. And this is our experiment to work with people who have good ideas in a flexible, short-term way, to be more dynamic, to be able to really take in what's happening in society when it's happening, so that not everything always takes so long. So we have like an actual real collaboration with the citizens, very hands-on. And it should be a platform for individuals, businesses, groups, institutions, the city to come together. People put in what problems they are having in the city or in the city services. They can put in solutions for that. They can make small experiments to try these solutions. They can fund the experiments either with money from the city or they can crowdfund it. There's a possibility for that too. And then they can either fail or succeed, and they can come back and report how that went. They can also ask the city for support in other ways, for housing, for use of city land, for the closing of a street temporarily, for advice, something else. It's not simple, or it's not completely figured out yet. It's very experimental because we only have the platform funded. The making of the platform has been funded, but the funds that we need to allocate to projects through the platform has not been funded yet. So we're going to have to find that money somewhere. So hopefully this will happen. Hopefully next year we will have a success story to tell you. Every time the mayor or the city CEO present this project somewhere in Iceland, they have always said, this project will probably fail. And I'm just assuming that they are not saying that because they have absolutely no faith in my project management. I'm hoping they are saying this because they are giving to the platform as a whole the same freedom that the platform wants to give to other projects, which is to be really creative, to be really experimental, to possibly fail spectacularly, but then rebuild something better on the ruins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then we come to our next panel. Panel 5, and it's about the economic effects of direct democracy. And I welcome all panelists and our wonderful moderator, Cristina Pacella, who is a researcher and policy analyst of Movimento 5 Stelle. And most importantly, she is the main reason why we are here. She organized the whole conference, and warmly welcome and a big applause to Cristina and the whole panel.
Hi, everyone. Please. Thank you. Okay, if we are sitting, please let me welcome Professor Bruno Frey from the Center of Research in Economics and Wellbeing, University of Basel, Imanol Lazazerbero, Minister of Governments and Communication with Society from Basque Country, Paula Cristina Marquez, Councillor of Local Development and Housing Department, Municipality of Lisbon, and Mike Feinstein, former mayor of Santa Monica. Thank you. So as actually Andreas was already said, I'm here with two hats, and I'm also one of the organizers. So I want to take a couple of minutes from you to thank everyone that make this possible. Se siamo qui tutti quanti
If we're all here and we can exchange our ideas, opinions, it's because there's somebody who's made all this possible. So just a few seconds to thank one by one all the people who devoted their time to the organization of this meeting, because this means believing in direct democracy, starting from Erica, Andrea, our team, Selena, Ilaria, and the Rome municipality, Stefano. I hope he's still here because he was terribly important. He helped us, all the team of Democracy International, Bruno and Joe.
Grazie, veramente.
Thank you so much to everybody. Now, yesterday, during the afternoon panel, Joe said that his victory was the fact of talking about big countries like Germany and Italy, and talking about direct democracy in these big countries, not only smaller ones that are very important, but we know that it works, such as Switzerland. Well, this panel is my personal victory, because when we talk about democracy, when we say that we believe in direct democracy, often people look at you as if you're being a bit naive and you're not being realistic, whereas here we are talking about how direct democracy has an impact on one of the key issues. We'll talk about this with our panelists. I'm referring to the economic aspect, the economic effects. But let us start talking about it with our speakers. And since this is not only my personal victory, but it's also the victory of Alex Marini, who made this panel possible together with me, who asked me to greet you, I would like to ask his question, first of all. There are relevant studies, especially Professor Frey's, that have proven how there is a positive correlation between the level of people's population and the economic performance. In particular, cause and effect ratio was considered. The accessibility and feasibility of the direct democracy tools that lead to the best economic performance in a certain territory. And this is proven because we have less debts and also better quality of the service. Greater compliance and you name it. But what are the variables and the factors, the main features of this relationship? Now, in this relationship, we have the economic aspect linked to choices, but this is a question. So the citizen participates in this decision-making process, and he gains trust because participates more actively in the public life.
I'm afraid they'd give us a little bit of the academic framework, and then we go on. We can just sit on the table if you, as you wish.
We have a huge problem. You are all aware of this. Namely, all of us who are sitting here find direct democracy great. If we had a vote, 100% would vote for direct democracy. But look at the real world. It's totally different. People say direct democracy is costly. People, academics, intellectuals, journalists, and above all, politicians say, we know better. We are better informed, we are more engaged. And in order to reject this second idea, I think we should convince people that direct democracy is good for the economy and is good for happiness. I start with the economy. Empirical research, I mean serious empirical research, econometric research with advanced methods of mathematical statistics has shown that public expenditures in those areas in which there are more direct participation possibilities of the citizens is between 7 and 11% lower. So government doesn't throw around the money anymore because citizens don't want that. Budget deficits, a very important issue also in Italy, in Spain, in all countries we know, is 30%, 30% lower than in those areas in which people cannot directly participate. There is also cost efficiency on a very practical level. Namely, we did research on waste collection. Waste collection is 20% less costly when the government is influenced by direct participation. Now I come to total productivity or per capita income, and I think that is a very important result. It has been shown that per capita income is about 5% higher in those areas of Switzerland where there is more direct democratic participation possibilities. And why is that so? It is because the outcomes of the political process is better, is closer to the citizens and better for the economy. Now I come to the second part. Direct democracy makes people happier. I speak about happiness in a scientific manner, not just happiness. No, it's very carefully analyzed with representative surveys of hundreds of thousands of people. So it's a serious issue. And we can show that those areas in Switzerland and in other countries where there is more direct participation, people are systematically more satisfied with their lives or they are happier. There are two reasons for this. The first is so-called procedural utility. Procedural utility means that the process with which political decisions are taken are close to the citizens. And it has already been discussed that discourse is very important. That's one part of the procedure. But also, once a decision has been taken at a voting booth, so the post-referendum decision, there are adjustments. The politicians realize that the citizens don't want something or want something, and then they adjust. So direct democracy gives procedural utility, and it also gives outcome utility in the sense that economic conditions are better. So I am absolutely and strongly for direct democracy for very practical reasons. namely better economy and more happiness. Thank you.
He's going to speak in Spanish right now, so if you, Spanish is channel 3, by the way. I think they probably warned you before, but.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for your invitation. And I'm going to speak Spanish, so I think you are translated. Gracias a todos.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity you gave me. Yes, I will speak Spanish, as I said. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me to explain the governance model that we have been promoting. One of its pillars is the participation of citizens. In our Spanish state, well, at present, all the consultations and referenda are prohibited. So we had somehow reinvent a way to govern in a different manner because we have a very clear idea and principle in mind. At the time of the latest elections, citizens were quite worried. As a matter of fact, in the different sociological research studies that were carried out, citizens were always expressing their worries for the future. Because in most of our area, well, citizens don't know which job their children are going to have in such a competitive and internationalized and globalized world. For instance, they don't know whether there will be any welfare when they get older, because now they are taking care of their parents, so welfare is also a very important factor. They don't know what the companies are going to be like in our area. Yes, ours is an industrial region, but for sure they realize what changes our region is going through. So the economic structure and fabric of our territory will change over time. So many people are very uncertain and worried about their future. How's our future going to be? And then we also heard in this conference this morning, we heard that that citizens are quite far from their institutions and also from their politicians. There's this distance. So people are worried for their future, and at the same time, many citizens are anyway extremely demanding. They ask a lot to their administrations. They expect their administrations to solve their problems, but they also feel very far from them. They feel the distance. So what can we do? In our area, we thought of a new way of governing and mainly relying on a new way of building our future. We call the Torarekis. So we all will build the future of our region. That is to say, betting on economic promotion and on the economic promotion and strengthening of our region. That's why we thought that in designing our strategic plans, we should have involved all citizens, men and women, and all the stakeholders, including companies, associations, foundations, all the organizations that are in our region. So all the social capital of Iputqua. So with this capital, which is a strength, we have been thinking of a new model of governance. We have invested 65 million euros on 5 strategic projects that are extremely important to promote the future of our region. First of all, security. We had to have citizens and companies involved. So we set up our foundation, not only thanks to the participation of companies and enterprises, but also thanks to the participation of citizens with their ideas, actions, initiatives. We opened a center that is ad indere, that is to say the assistance and the support for the future of our parents. What should the support given to our parents be like when they're older, when they get older? How should that be for them to have the right support in the different infrastructure? So we set up that organization, that foundation, so that the third sector companies and all the people that have ideas in this area might express their ideas. Second project. So the third project deals with the development of audiovisual material to promote our language, the Basque language, one of the oldest languages of Europe. We want to preserve our language for future generations. Hence, an audiovisual multimedia material was extremely important. We organized a workshop with the participation of all the stakeholders that are involved in production. There is also artists that participated. I want to emphasize this. We are building participation based on, first of all, the collection of ideas. And then we also have established a funding line so that all the people that have ideas can try and participate to get those ideas financed. So two key concepts are there. So first of all, production of knowledge. We therefore want to involve all companies, but also universities, all the stakeholders that can share knowledge under all respects. And then we have also established a workshop through our administration. And in fact, the administration acknowledged that and admitted that for sure we will make mistakes. We're not doing everything right, but it's also important to understand how to design the future of our region based on that knowledge. This is our task. What's the future we would like to have? And projects, when they are implemented, well, first of all, before implementing them, citizens should vote them and vote on them and express their ideas on the strategies and priorities. At present, the Spanish government does not allow the organization of a referenda, but this is the key to build a strong future, a future that will then make the local areas stronger too. Of course, the good practices should be, and the knowledge relating to those good practices should be shared, not only with the participation of citizens and all the social stakeholders, but also through their vote and their decisions on the projects that they wish to implement. Thank you.
Thank you also for keeping time. Maybe now, Paula Cristina, you want to follow on, and as you wish, you can even stay at the table. That's really up to you.
I prefer to stay. Good morning. I'm Paula Marx. I'm an elected. I'm a politician. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. I'll speak in English. Perdóname. I'm from Lisbon. I'm an elected. I'm a politician, and I don't know it better. And I'm Deputy Mayor for Housing and Local Development. So in Portugal, and I'm going to share with you the Lisbon experience on a particularly public measure, if you want, public policy, more on participation, participative democracy than direct democracy, but will go on the difference. In Portugal, we have the highest rate of participatory processes, but we also have the lowest, the lowest rate on voting participation. If you want some figures, in 2015 for the national elections, in Portugal, all the elections are on direct vote. We don't have indirect vote, okay? For the president, for the National Assembly, for the local assembly, and for local government are direct vote. We don't have the two chambers or the assembly that is elected by, or the president that is elected by. No, it's a direct vote, and I do believe in direct and universal vote. And I do believe in representative democracy, okay? So, and that's not opposite for participatory democracy, neither direct democracy. So, in 2015, we had 44% of abstention in our national elections, and 2017, in the local elections, we had 41% of abstention. So how do a local government face this, and how a local government makes the balance between the legitimacy of being elected directly with the discussion on a political program, and how do we manage, and how do we, I think it's our biggest challenge, is how do we manage to balance top-down initiatives and bottom-up, grassroots planning and target planning. How do we do it? It's really not easy. But because I don't know it better, we do work with citizenship, with citizens and with local associations on how to build public policies on participatory processes. So what we have done in 2011, and that's I chose this program to share with you, because we had the first, excuse me, I know I cannot use my presentation, but I want to give you some information. I choose the Beep Zip Energy project to share with you, because we had the first award for best practice in citizenship participation in 2013, assigned by International Observatory of Participatory Democracy. That's why I choose this program to share with you. In 2011, we looked to the Lisbon territory. Lisbon has more or less 500,000 people living there still. And we look at the city, and we knew that we had some territories in the city that were called, even by national government, depressed territories, danger neighborhoods, marginal neighborhoods. And the first thing we done was to change the name. And it's not only changing the name, it's the concept that you have on the first words and what the concept that we have nowadays. We call it priority intervention neighborhoods. And it was amazing, the difference when we went to public consultation process. It was amazing to understand what this change of concept, the impact on local communities. It's really different to say, I'm living in a priority intervention neighborhood that has a local program associated, than being called a danger or a marginal or a depressed territory. So what we have done was to look around the territory and identified 67 Beep Zip. I'm not going to translate because it's really, it's our name, so Beep Zip. And then we went to ask for those, on those territories, if people were the image that we had, the diagnosis that we have was the same that people that were living there thought about their territories. Then we made a general consulting process to all the city. At the end, we approve this instrument that is a planning instrument in the government, the city government. And since 2011, we are doing each year a local initiative program, that's why we call Energy, where citizens, communities, and associations have participatory processes to decide what kind of intervention they want in their territories. And each year, they apply to this program that has, on these 8 editions, more than 2 million euros from municipal public budget. And each year, these communities together, they cannot apply, they have to be a communitary process. They apply, and then for 2 years, they develop these projects in their own neighborhoods and economical effects on that. It's a different process from participatory budgets, because the operation, people that will build the project, people that will develop the project are the people from the communities. The municipality only gives technical support if you are going to build a skate park, a community center, but people, the project will be held by communities. And it's amazing, the figures on these 8 editions. We're talking about more than 300 projects, more than 1,200 partners, local associations, more than 2,000 activities, and more than 12 million of public money going into this policy and engaging people into policy making. What happens, the effect of this program, of this initiative? I think if we have better citizenship, if we have better education, if you have higher level of education, we have better social and economical development. So that's what we want to achieve with this local experience in one of our cities. And in fact, people that in some communities that had a lot of illiteracy, people that only studied for the first 4 years, for example, suddenly people that wouldn't go to libraries, with these projects, with this kind of projects, they started to go to libraries. They started to go to make higher education on our public schools. People that were unemployed start to have a way to understand how to in an active and a successful way, to find a job and maintaining that job. People that were specifically women, and I will finish with this, specifically women in some of these territories they were not autonomous from domestic economy of their husbands or of their wives. And with this, some of these projects, they created a cooperative, and nowadays they are autonomous and are people with low income, and suddenly with this empowerment, if you want, they started to have a new perspective of a better life quality. So I think the economical effects, we cannot separate economic effects from social development. So what I wanted to share is this. And just to finish, talking about people understand from the younghood and from the childhood what kind of democracy and what kind of systems we do have, and the benefits of it. From now on in Portugal, and this initiative, it is an initiative from the Minister of Education, our Minister of Education, it will be mandatory in our schools, from primary schools to high school, the teaching about the citizenship, what is the citizenship, what is to be a citizen, and what kind of different democracy we have: direct democracy, participatory democracy, representative democracy. And this is the determination of our education system, public education system. I wanted just to share with you because it's recent, we started now. So, economical effects, it's a better way, it's a better quality of life. And as you said, people are more happy, yes, but people are more empowered, and I think that's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say, empirically, you proved about the more happiness. Okay. Then please, Mike, you want to take it from the floor, please?
Okay. Buongiorno, amici. Cosa fai?
Good morning, friends. What are you doing?
My name is Mike Feinstein. I'm a former mayor and city council member in Santa Monica, California. And unlike my friend on the far end of the table, I'm going to speak about the dangers of direct democracy and economy. And in California, we started the direct democracy process in 1911 when we added the right for initiative, referendum, and recall. Since then, our state constitution has been amended over 500 times. We have the third largest constitution in the world after India and the American state of Georgia. And many laws that don't belong in the Constitution are in the Constitution, including our tax system. And changes in our tax system that have come through direct democracy have been a disaster for our state. In 1978, there was an anti-tax measure passed in the form of Proposition 13. This was a direct democracy citizens initiative. And it did two main things. First, it limited property taxes to 1% of the value of the land and the structure at the time of purchase. It returned from 1978 back to the value of 1975, and it only allows a 2% increase every year. The second thing it did is new taxes have to be approved by a 2/3 vote of the people. One of the problems with direct democracy is that, and I like it, but one of the problems, and we see this with our Constitution and with the economics, is that if you only take one piece, it's not part of a greater whole. But governing, you're managing income and expenses. And if you only affect the income, you're losing your ability to manage the expenses. What has happened with Proposition 13 in California? Local government used to be funded significantly by property taxes. Now that money is mostly gone. So we have a phenomena called the fiscalization of land use. We're monetizing land use. And what that means is that for a city who wants to fund local services, what kind of new development do you want? You don't want new housing because housing increased cost for schools, for parks, for police. It doesn't bring in any money. What brings in money? Sales taxes, large corporation shopping centers. So land use in California, and these are automobile-dependent commercial enterprises. So development in California now has had to shift towards developing more sales, and small cities fight over large commercial development instead of providing housing. We have an extreme housing crisis in California. We have massive homelessness. And cities do not have an incentive to build new housing. And of course, with climate change, they don't have an incentive to build new housing next to public transit lines. So now the state government is trying to tell cities and force them to build more housing, but there's no money to do that. And then that takes away local control. And then there are citizens' initiatives to fight the state telling them to do that. So taking one piece out, it forces this crazy dynamic with land. The second thing it's done is it has defunded our schools. Before Proposition 13, California had the best schools in the United States. It had the highest funded schools in the United States, and now we're near the bottom. And the funding now comes from the state of California for the schools instead of done locally. And there's now, to compensate for this, has been another direct democracy initiative that compels the state legislature to spend 40% of the state budget on the schools. So one crazy thing follows another. And the rich cities like my city in Santa Monica, you have operating costs for the schools, and you have capital costs for the schools. For the operating costs in Santa Monica, because we're rich, because we're a tourism city right at the beach, we have a bed tax on hotels that provides us extra money. So we give $12 million a year to our schools from our city budget. In most places in the United States, the cities are separate from the schools. And almost no one takes money from one agency and gives it to the other. But that means the lower income communities don't have enough money for their schools. So it's a social justice issue. Since I only have 5 minutes and I'm almost done here, what I'm going to close on are, what are your lessons here for direct democracy? Number one, if you're requiring 2/3 to raise new taxes, then the vote to put in that law needs to require 2/3. We have a simple majority threshold to institute a 2/3 requirement. This is absolutely ridiculous. Second, if you're going to amend your Constitution, you should not do it in a single vote. You should require the amendment to pass in 2 consecutive elections. Because to do something that's going to affect your society for generations, and you're only reacting to the emergency of the moment, you can create big problems. And we did that in California. And I'll leave it at that. Grazie.
Thank you. Professor Frey, maybe you want to comment a little bit on all those practical experience they've been shown.
I totally disagree with the gentleman from Palo Alto. Totally.
Santa Monica.
Because he is, of course, right that Proposition 13 is ridiculous and that there is a housing and education crisis. True. However, I could talk 2 or 3 hours telling you stories of how representative democracy made things even worse. I think we should not accept these single stories. We should say, look at representative democracies, what nonsense they do all the time. Look at Italy, look at other countries. These are representative democracies and they don't work well. They throw out money everywhere. They do not do what the citizens want. Of course, this does not mean that we cannot improve direct democracy. We should make an effort to improve it. And Californians are, of course, crazy to have 40 or 30 propositions a day. Everybody knows that. Nobody can understand that. But that is an American problem. That's not the problem of direct democracy.
Just
this is raising
one comment about people making fun of Italy. As an American, I just want to remind that the CIA interfered in Italian elections for more than 30 years after World War II and tried to destabilize the left here. So some of the problems in this country are not of your doing, and I just think it's important to admit that.
Thank you. It's sure fascinating. But I would also like to open the floor actually for a question from the audience, if we have any. We don't have much time, but if you do, please.
Where's the question?
Just a quick comment about California, and I agree with you. We are culpable for bad behavior here in Italy. I've been to 2 global forums where I have to apologize for the rotten foreign policy of my country. But California is not the 3rd longest constitution in the world. That's said all the time. It's just not true. Also, it's Alabama, not Georgia. That's the longest. But of those 500, I think it's actually 480-something amendments, what percentage were proposed by direct democracy and what percentage were proposed by the legislature?
So a couple of years ago, when California could not pass a budget on time, I was part of a committee to reform the California Constitution, and it was 505 amendments at the time. It's true, sometimes the legislature puts it on, and sometimes the people put it on. The majority have come from the people, and I just returned to the point that if you're going to amend your Constitution, pass it in 2 consecutive votes, not in 1. If you're going to require 2/3, require 2/3 of the 2/3 for taxes, have 2/3, and then the other thing is if you're going to require funding a program, you have to identify the funding source. Those are ways, for my friend at the other side, that you can improve the process, and we've learned the hard way. And it makes it hard to govern when there's 500 individual interests. And the final thing I'll say is that we had a commission on the economy of the 21st century to recommending having a comprehensive tax system. This was a state commission under Schwarzenegger because it doesn't work having one part of the tax system going in one direction and one in the other. So, and we haven't been able to pass a comprehensive tax reform now. So.
Hello, my name is Iker Goiria. My question is going for Imanol Lassa. I would like you to tell us if these worries of the population, of the citizens, are decreased in these years when you started with this new collaborative governance process, and if you have filled this gap between the politicians and the citizens. Thank you very much.
Póngalo.
Ahora, sí. Decía que en este debate más que se ha suscitado.
Well, I was saying that the institutions that should prevail, this is what is being said. But I think it is possible to live together. Now, citizens need to convalidate it. So, for example, we might define these projects for citizens. It's true there has been a terrible economic crisis. There was fear and uncertainty about the future. But now, it's true, the economic situation has certainly improved. I think the citizen has perceived this as well. So we have these concerns, they still exist, but we perceive a more open attitude on the part of the people who work for the institutions, because we're looking for, we're seeking collaboration. So these future projects are not only defined by politicians and parliaments, because what we're going to do all together, so not only citizens, but also the institutions, I mean, the social capital that I was talking about earlier on, about the land, including associations, foundations, universities, schools, and also companies, firms, well, all together we can define a future because there is a common aim in the territory. In other words, thanks to this experiment, we can provide solutions for greater involvement of workers in the corporate world, or maybe even face equality between men and women, or even reconciling the various parties. So in this program, I mean, this agenda already includes some issues that can be solved by working all together. The various people in charge know that, I mean, we can't do things alone. We can't solve all problems. So, I mean, citizens already realize, and we're gaining credibility because these projects are real, and there is this willingness to have a more open citizenship with one common aim that joins us all, joins all parties, institutions and citizens. In other words, our territory must be the one that has the lowest rate of inequality. So this is the main objective. We don't want any inequality, and that is why it is important to have the participation of everybody. So we need greater participation, and then in the end, we will certainly reach consultations, at least hopefully.
No, it's difficult for me. Okay, I put my hands in my pocket.
Nel microfono, per cortesia.
I will rephrase the title of the panel. How direct democracy interferes with economic challenges. And I ask this question because when looking to the different definitions of democracy, I like very much one which came from the US, which learned me that you can judge democracy how it answers the expectations of minorities. If they are answered, we are in a good situation for democracy. So my question is how direct democracy, with the rules that all of us likes well, answer this specific understanding of what is democracy.
So I'll just say two things. The expense of having an initiative on the ballot in California because of the large number of people, the expense of getting the signatures, and then fighting the campaign to win, you need millions and millions of dollars. So the average person who is in a middle or lower economic class doesn't come from an interest group that can afford to buy a state law. It still happens sometimes because there's labor unions that have some money, but now with the Nazi in the White House and the Supreme Court that has undercut our labor laws, it's going to be harder to fund labor, meaning it's going to be more for big business. The other thing is that Proposition 13, in cutting the funding for our state, has promoted an austerity that has hurt health care and services for the poor in California.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We actually took even a little more of the time we had, so, but thank you to our panelists.
Yes, thank you very much. I know I saw a lot of questions, but I know we are running out of time, and thank you very much for the panel. Okay. Yes, it's an intense morning, so I want to invite now all our representatives from the different cities, from different countries, from Nigeria, from Saudi Arabia, from Taiwan, and from Mauritania, for their notes from the different cities. And I also want to say again, we have now the panel 6 after the notes, and also at the same time we will have a workshop in the Democracy National Room about learning democracy. How can our democracies be improved and become learning democracies? And we will have a workshop in the European public sphere outside about inner and outer democracies. And you're all invited to go also there. So please, I know there's a lot of discussion, but please take a seat or go into not there. So I invite Dane Waters. Who are you? Where are you? And we invite Adhijara Somorin, Hamadi C, and Ragat Jamalali to give their notes from the different countries. Please come in front for your 5-minute speech. Yes, we are waiting for the notes for the representatives of the different cities, but I already want to invite all panelists for the next panel. It's a panel about what are the most promising democratic platforms for making our democracies more democratic, to come in front here and maybe to group here next to the panel. We'll still wait for the notes. Dane, yes, I saw. Please come in front. Yeah, the panelists can already group here. And I will announce it later, but we have first of all now, yeah.
Jerry, we need you. Ragad, we need you. Please come forward.
Okay then, but yes, take a seat, and I warmly welcome Dane Waters, who will give us a short note on Taipei, Taiwan. And yes, it's your floor, Dane.
Can everyone hear me? You know, I have to tell you that I believe in very interactive sessions, so stop. I knew Joe had some value. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. So real quick, let me ask a quick question. How many people in this room like elephants? Raise their hand. Oh, okay, there's one. Come on. Those of you not, okay, you like elephants, okay. So I'm going to read this and then paraphrase as I go along. This is a note from Taipei. Direct democracy is a powerful tool of self-governance, but its potency can be amplified exponentially if people around the world come together and use it in a coordinated way. Though the people's ability to use this tool at the national level around the world is possible, its reach and power at the local level is more prevalent. This power at the local level needs to be tested, and the best way is for the world community to come together for one specific cause. Not only will it prompt change to the issue that is proposed, it will show the power of the people have at the local level using direct democracy. The other key benefit is that it will prompt the citizens in other countries and cities to push for the establishment of direct democracy so they can push the reforms they believe are important. One issue, now this is where the elephants come in, one issue that I have found that resonates with people around the world, except for the people in this room, is the protection of elephants. Protecting them is a testament to our humanity, for if we can't stop their extinction, then we as a people have failed to be the protectors of our planet. I believe that the best city to lead this effort, bringing cities together for a common goal, is Taipei, Taiwan. I have been fortunate to have visited Taiwan with Bruno, wherever Bruno is around here, on a few occasions. And it is an amazing city full of people who really want to bring about fundamental change. And they also care not only about bringing about important change and reform, but it's also critical to Taiwan's future that they become a powerhouse in the use of direct democracy. The Taiwanese can make anything happen, and being a leader on showing the power of direct democracy and its power to protect elephants is a perfect path for them to lead. Now, Taiwan just passed, at the national level, some specific laws that will help elephants. They are setting the precedent for other countries. Whereas in our country, we have a president who's decided that it's okay to kill an elephant and to bring him into the country. But so many other countries, especially the European Union, are far behind in their efforts to protect elephants and by extension, other imperiled species. But if there was a movement at the local level in countries around the world calling for greater protections of elephants, it would be the first ever global coordinated use of direct democracy and would do more to protect elephants than any other action that we as humans can take. It would be powerful and motivate other international efforts on issues of transnational importance, showing the power of direct democracy at the local level. But another benefit to a city in Taiwan leading this effort is the opportunity to differentiate itself from its neighboring country, China, who actually is the largest consumer of ivory in the world. And not only ivory, I won't go too far off my tangent here, Joe, but in Myanmar, where I've spent a lot of time lately, the big issue there is skinning elephants alive and selling the skin to China for medicinal purposes. So, in closing, the reason I believe that Taipei is so critical is that if they were in an Asian country that has done a lot to protect elephants, I believe that they should help lead an effort among all major cities around the world. Is that my time? 1 minute? Okay. So I'll just sum it up by this. I love elephants. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for all the citizens, all the states, whether it's Germany or wherever, to come together and push a unified reform for the protection of elephants. And it will save the elephants, of course, but it will also show the power of direct democracy at the local level. And I encourage each and every one of you not just to think about INR or direct democracy at the federal level, but also look at it at the state level, and hopefully during this meeting we can move that issue forward. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Dane. So, we now will have a note from Nigeria. And yes, still only 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, my fellow participants. I also want to thank the organizer of this forum for this opportunity they are giving unto me to be before you this afternoon. I'm Adejare Shomori. I'm from International Initiative for Peace, a non-governmental organization that works for peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. We also promote democratic self-rule and justice. Before I go further, I just want you to know briefly about my country. My country, Nigeria, is the most populous African country with 200 million. We also have 36 states and Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. So my title of Democratic Note this afternoon, is Homegrown School Feeding Program. Homegrown School Feeding Program. The Homegrown School Feeding Program is a government is a government-funded program that focuses on providing a free nutritional meal for the public's primary school pupils from primary 1 to 3 across the country with the aim of improving school environment. Also improves civic health and nutrition. And to go further, there are 7 segments that I want to talk about this homegrown school feeding program. Number 1, who benefits from these homegrown school feeding programs? They are pupils. People in a public primary school, in the NHS community, in which my own community is enjoying now. The farmer who supplied the protein and other foodstuffs, food and vendor, transporters, and parents of the school. The second one is who is vendor? The vendor is an individual saddled with the responsibility of preparing food, transporting it to the school. Number 3, what are the expected offenders? The expected offenders are to serve the children with a nutritional meal. Number 4, who is entitled to this meal? It is very important to know that apart from the pupils, only an assigned nutritionist or monitor have the responsibility of tasting and vetting the food. Number 5, what is the role of farmer in this homegrown school feeding program? One of the major aims is to increase and encourage local agriculture production. Therefore, farmers are the major supplier of food items like yam and also supply protein like fish and eggs. The last one is what is the overreaching goal for this homegrown school feeding program? To meet the government's main aim and to ensure that the children beneficiary identified for the school feeding program are adequately fed. That is my end of democratic note this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. This was perfect. So I'm not sure if we have the note in representative of Saudi Arabia. Ragat? So I don't think so. So I think we can continue, and maybe we can do it later. She comes back. Okay? So yes. Hold on.
Yes. The one person not checked in for their note, Hamadi Sai from Mauritania, is not here, right? I have not seen Hamadi. Speak now. Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, then we will continue with the panel 6, the last panel for today, because after that we have lunchtime and then we go to the different workshops. So the panel 6 is moderated by Daniela Bojanova. Please come already here on the floor. Daniela is a scholar, a writer, democracy activist in Bulgaria, and has an organization and also board member of Democracy International. So warmly welcome here, and all the panelists, please come up to the floor. I think Dion is not here. Yes, sir. There's also a wheelchair over there, so panelists is more for so many. Yes, I will do that.
Yeah, okay.
Hello? Oh, okay, it's working. Buongiorno, everyone. This is the 6th panel on technology and democracy. I hope it will be very futuristic, but also realistic. We do not have any government representatives on this panel. We have a lot of people with company background, activists, and from the academia. And I think it's the right place to have this panel because Rome is the city of democracy and technology, and I'm referring to ancient times, and I'm referring to the perfection of the dome of the Pantheon. And we will be looking for such a perfect solution for our problems with democratic regimes. I will just briefly mention things that were already said and are truism, that representative democracy is in decline, turnouts are falling down, party membership falling down, quantity-wise democracy has prevailed, and guru of political thought has even announced the end of history. But quality-wise, we think there is a lot to be done to reinvigorate democracy, to make it better, and to make people happier. So we will be looking for the right platforms, how to employ technology. Technology is pretty much advanced. Our life, everyday life has changed, but not the way we are governed democratically. Some people even compare the lagging behind of democratic government to the level of steam engine. In this digital age, our democracy are lagging very much behind. So, in this panel, we will have, let me see now, to present, maybe starting from Evgeny. This is Evgeny Barkov, and we have the privilege to have the first and only Russian person in our global forum, which is great, yes. And I hope we'll hear a lot of good news from Russia, because the last thing that I heard, and it was related to direct democracy, was about a guy who tried to call a national referendum to collect signatures, and he was put in jail, I think, for trying to make a referendum. Okay, I hope you'll give us a better developments than this. So Evgeny is also a politician. He's a business developer. He's with Kaspersky, but what he does in terms of platforms, democratic platforms, is under the name of Polis. He is an elected councillor in one of the districts of Moscow. Okay, he'll tell us more. And yes, he made, most of our panelists here have made history. And Evgeny is one of the people who made history, because he applied blockchain for the first time in Russia in an internal party election. So next comes Professor Massimo De Felice, who comes from Italy, but he works in Brazil. He is a professor of digital communication in the University of Sao Paulo. Okay, this is Mike Summers, representing global business, Smartmatic. Also made history in the digital era, because I think you and Cybernetica, was it the other company, that organized the first ever. I will here would like to straighten up the facts, because the Russians think they did the blockchain thing the first in party elections, and you did it for the first time in Utah, Republican Party caucus in the presidential elections 2016. Okay, yeah, I wish to say more about them, but I am taking of the time, and has to be given to them to speak. So next is Antonio Bosio, who has engineering background. He's with Samsung Italia, and he's head of the product solutions, consumer and business segment. He wants to bring closer humans and democracy through the proper leveraging of our digital devices. And maybe he's one of the two famous Antonio Bosio. I found out that there was one 440 years back in time from now who uncovered the catacombs, and he is the Columbus of the catacombs. Yes, I don't know whether you are related to this other Antonio Bosio. Dion McCurdy comes from a place as far as Australia, and he has founded a new Vote, which is some holistic platform that addresses a lot of, but he'll tell us more, a lot of needs for public engagement. Otherwise, he is a lawyer turned activist. And I think his platform has been also used very much in the second ever in the world a national referendum on same-sex marriage in the information campaign, maybe, or maybe I'm wrong. Yes, for informing the public. Yeah, okay. Now, speaking of history, Marilyn Davis can write the history of the digital times. She came to cyberspace from space because she is an astronomer, a radio astronomer, also a philosopher, and also knows how to dance Balkan dancing. Yes, she is a software developer, and she has done things for the first time, like e-petition. You claim that the e-petition you made for the saving the Aztec treasures is the first e-petition. Yeah, and she wants to give you a plan how to dwarf, I like this verb, dwarf world's government. And now we have Sean Evans of Facebook. Unfortunately, I was not able to contact him through Facebook. I don't know why. Okay. Let me see, now I'm Sean Evans. He is the lead for politics and government outreach for many regions, for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Facebook. And previously, he has also spent some years with Twitter in a similar position. Otherwise, he is an alumnus of Johns Hopkins University, and I think you come from Memphis, Tennessee, or you studied there. Yeah. So these are the people. We missed one person. She didn't show up. Enrica Sabatini of the Rusо Association. But I think there are other among us representatives of this association. So it's 7 panelists. And my first question to them, and I suggest that we start in the order of sitting, is what is the best democratic platform that you have developed, you have seen, you have experienced, or you see as appropriate to correcting the flaws of today's democracy? You can speak from your seat or...
1, 2.
Okay.
Warm greetings from Russia, the most developed democratic country in the world. It's great to be here. Thank you everyone for having me here. It's really an honor to be the first, like an astronaut, the first Russian in this conference. Well, anyways, right to the point. I have I think 5 minutes to deliver my speech, and answering the question. On my opinion, the most desirable technology right now is the trustable and secure online voting in terms of the direct democracy. With an instant access to the opinion of citizens upon any issue, we'll be able not just to develop and spread a direct democracy ideas, but also improve a political system in general globally. During this conference, I spoke with the delegates from all around the globe, and I found out that there's a lot of supporters of online voting right here in this place. However, it was a surprise for me to hear from some direct democracy supporters that direct democracy and digital democracy or digital tools have nothing in common, and direct democracy should be totally offline. The final argument of this discussion was about the danger online voting conceals and how easily it can be hacked. During this conversation, it's pretty funny, the person waves with hands and holding a smartphone in his hand. The smartphone actually is the cutting-edge technologies. It contains cutting-edge technologies and contains a whole life of a person. The bank accounts, the access to the bank account, the passport scans, some photos, emails, private messages for at least 5 years. Agree or not, but we fully trust our life to technologies. All corporations, governments, families keep their private data and sensitive information online. And I bet half of you right here in this Zala keep a passport copy or any other ID copy in your Dropbox or any cloud storage just for convenience. And yet the question of security of our data appears last when we, for example, applying for a new credit card on the bank, with your bank online, for instance. So when it comes to the online voting, everybody instantaneously changed their minds and start to remember all sorts of cases when China or my country or North Korea or other evil countries somehow messed up with political process or political process in developed democracies. It's really wonder how many of you will be able to recall any case of bank or government hack when money or the private data will leak in at least last decade. Masses are so obsessed with the idea of weakness of online voting in front of the risk of cyber attack that actually it's #1 issue that stops online voting to spread globally and it implements in our daily life. As a response for this challenge, me and my team, we started to develop our system. Polis exists for about 2 years. And we started when we started, our main goal was to make a system that can be used for a parliament election, I mean in country or presidential election, right after release. So we took the best technologies on the market. We used the blockchain as the main technology for broadcasting, storing, and counting. The product has smart encryption and modern interfaces. But 2 years ago, when the story with Russian hackers just started before sanctions, we understand that no technologies will help us if average citizen in city, in country, will not believe in the security of online voting. So we took a lot of thought though and introduced a set of smart social techniques. The idea behind was as more the average citizen is immersed to the online voting process, the greater chance he will convince his neighbor or a family member that the online voting is now safe and transparent. So we adapted complex concepts of blockchain for an average citizen. We introduced online observation, with many parameters to track, like turnout, vote per minute, total votes, total votes on the polling station, and many others. We even dubbed down a blockchain mining functionality, if you're familiar with this term. So anybody, I don't know, some maybe old people, can become a node, or hold a node in the blockchain and participate in vote acceptance and counting. Prior to that, it was the only the government possible to do that, actually. Finally, we let the opinion leaders in countries, in cities, in neighborhoods to join with the help of technology in a matter of consensus and decide wherever do or do not publish voting results to pronounce the voting complete. We have made a actually good direct democracy tool, and we use it in student unions election all around the globe, but primarily, of course, in Russia. We use it for participatory budgeting in municipalities in Russia. Yeah, we still have democracy. And we use it for primaries in democratic parties. But the product cannot live without the case. And so I invite anyone here any organization, maybe NGO, who has a problem with counting or accepting a vote online in secure manner, just to have a discussion. We will gladly help within our possibilities with the current product or maybe other features that we can develop to actually solve your problem. Finally, our mission is make citizen believe in the online voting and make him add this feature of online voting in his smartphone, where all other private life is stored. And when we basically, maybe some other organizations will be able to achieve that goal and put online voting in a smartphone of person, probably since that moment, the direct democracy will develop much, much faster than it's developing right now in developed democracies or countries like ours. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you'd like to use your, the organizers are making an exception for the last panel if you want to use your PowerPoint presentation, but keep the 5 minutes, yes, term. Yes. So Professor De Felice.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Ms. Daniela. I prefer speaking Italian because it's very specially situation speak about citizen and network participation near the forum, very near to the forum romano. Il mio intervento sarà.
So, I will talk about the new types of participation, especially about the meaning of participation in digital networks. As has already been said, I teach at São Paulo University. I deal with digital citizenship and activism. I have carried out research studies on this topic. Now, first of all, what I would like to say is something that matches democracy to platforms. Democracy is always an information architecture. The Greek theater. Think about a square, and then the development of the spaces, participation spaces. So it's not only a legal feature, it's not only linked to rights or ideas, but we need an architecture allowing all individuals to be engaged. And in history, we've had a number of them. There was a transformation process, a radical process on the possibility of participation and on the meaning of democracy with printing and with electricity, with television arriving, and both printed paper and electricity create a public sphere. So this is a type of participation which qualitatively is totally different from what is oral. In contemporary contexts, for example, we have an additional transformation of the ecology of participation coming from digital nets, because they have an information architecture which qualitatively is totally different from all others, because they don't work as architectures conveying information, but they work as ecosystems that can be lived in and within which we can get content and send content. A second important remark that I would like to share with you is the social situation considered as a technological and information reality. In sociology, there is lots of bibliography that talks about it. There are contemporary authors who focus on the fact that today our social situation is linked to information flows. I'll give you an example, a very easy example. If I answer a telephone call, everything becomes public, and same thing at home. If there's a global conference going on at home, even if I'm in my own home, in a private sphere, actually, I am in a public space. So what causes the change in the social situation, public and private, is an information flow. It's on and off. Now, I would like to focus on a third aspect, on the difference between direct participation, meaning democracy, and face-to-face forum, and explain the differences on digital platforms. Now, in the face-to-face styles, there is a debate between people, only between individuals, human beings. With democracies instead, there's a debate that occurs between networks and different entities, because we're all linked to the web, so we are a network of information that may be expressed, that we may access information because I'm using algorithms, big data, and lots of other entities that allows me to do something. Secondly, so democracies, direct democracies, only allow the exchange of individual opinions, whereas platforms allow access to data of all kind. So who is linked to the web brings their own opinions, conveys their opinions, but this is a network of data. So the data may be changed continuously. Thirdly, from the point of view of quantity, we have few data that are circulating, only the data of the individuals, of the people who talk, whereas this is in the private sphere, whereas on the platforms we have illimited information. And privately we have a different access, because not everybody knows how to speak in the public before an audience. And on platforms we have total asymmetry. And then there's a lack of information tools in the first case. On networks, we have this continuous monitoring going on. Lastly, in the first case, we only have opinions, and with the platforms, we have intelligence of different nature. Now, the digitalization process is changing the participation. We need to study what digital citizenship means. It's not the simple expansion of citizenship known in the Western world. And with platforms, who decides and builds the content is not only the individual, but we have networks of data, information that the people belong to. And this is a very important change if we want to understand how democracy is going to change, and also the types of participation. There are theories in this context. And I would like to finish. We saw the picture of the robot before in Japan, who was a candidate who applied to become a mayor, or Nakamoto, or Marcus, who no longer exists, or we might even think about the various names, like all these authors, but these are not people. So the chance to think about digital citizenship as a new kind of participation. And all this is linked to the great change that we're experiencing that introduces within citizenship entities that are not human. First of all, data, the database, algorithms, devices, and artificial devices, and also biodiversity. Because today we have an active engagement of the natural elements within the new parliaments that are no longer comprised by individuals. For example, the parliaments on climate change. In these parliaments, we have scientists, governments, but we also have the forests, the climate, oxygen, oceans, water, and lots of other entities. Now, these parliaments all together decide. Thank you. Thank you for your kind attention.
Mike Summers,
Michael Summers.
Thank you, Daniela, and thank you to the organisers for inviting us to this conference. So I'm going to actually echo some of the comments of Evgeny here. I believe that the tools that can better enhance our democratic processes are online voting. And I think one of the things that, if you look at elections and if you look at voting and democratic instruments now, there is less of an appetite or less of an ability for people to participate. Sometimes that's because people are more mobile. If all of you today had an election or a democratic process in your country today, would you be able to be involved in it? If you are relying on traditional means of going to polling stations? No, you probably wouldn't. So participation is decreasing in elections, and we need to find better ways of bringing the ballot or the issue to the voter or the citizen. So we're very fortunate. I work for a company called Smartmatic, which is the biggest election technology company in the world. And we provide online platforms to a number of election management bodies and governments to run politically binding elections. Our biggest customer is Estonia, which some of you may be aware of their digital crusade. They've been voting online since 2005. They have run 9 nationwide binding political elections for European parliamentary elections, for local elections. When the system was first rolled out in 2005, it was used by 2% of the people. Now, a third of the entire electorate of Estonia cast their ballot online. They have a choice in Estonia. They can go to polling stations or they can vote online. And now 33% of the population cast their ballots, I think, from 125 different countries worldwide. So it's a tool that, as I say, brings the ballot to the voter. If you're a voter that can't get to the polling station because you are, for example, disabled, or you are a blind, low vision voter, then you should have the same ability, the same equal access to the ballot as any other voter. And online voting through your own device can help you achieve that. So we believe that not only, well, for a number of reasons, online voting is the way to go. But in terms of accessibility and franchise, it's a way of making the election process or the democratic process a lot easier. We're also, we've worked this year with Finnmark, which is a county in Norway, where they wanted to ask the citizens in 19 municipalities whether or not they wanted to merge with the neighbouring county. So again, the process in Finnmark was that they said, well, you can either go to the polling station or you can use the online platform and cast your vote in this referendum. And 85.5% of the population decided to vote online. So it's a proven mechanism that can be used to get people to engage in the democratic process. So we're very, very fortunate to have worked in those locations. I think Evgeny touched upon the concern about security and hacking. It's something that we read about every day. So I think it's very, very important to reinforce that a good and well-designed internet voting system is not like any other web application. You need some very specific technological features and properties that create trust in the system, that enhance the security of the system, so votes can't be hacked. You obviously need to make it accessible so anybody can use it. But another very, very important property is transparency. And I think there's a common myth that electronic systems are black boxes and they're not as transparent as traditional election or democratic systems. And I completely disagree with that. I think you can make systems much more transparent. One of the features of our platform is we have what's called a universally verifiable protocol. And what that means is that anybody can take the election data, they can take the hash chain or the blockchain of the digital votes, they can take the session logs, and they can audit the process to demonstrate that the protocol is operated correctly, that the security measures that we put in place are operating correctly. So that is in fact a way to increase the transparency of systems above and beyond paper-based systems, because, you know, paper-based election systems and voting systems are not transparent. You rely on the trust, the goodwill, and the accuracy of people to cast your vote correctly, but you have no way as a citizen of checking whether your vote was actually cast in the manner that you intended and was recorded in that way. So we're strong believers in digital platforms to help improve that process. We think that blockchain has an important role to play as a mechanism of protecting the votes and cryptographically linking the votes as a way of demonstrating that the votes can't be changed, they can't be tampered with. I think me and Evgeny, we might need to have a discussion about who was the first to use blockchain in a binding election. We certainly used it in Utah for the Republican Party caucus, but it's something that I think we're going to see more and more as blockchain, as a technology evolves. We're going to see more and more instances of it being used in the democratic process. We're actually quite fortunate that we're working as part of a European Commission sponsored project called Privilege. It's a Horizon 2020 project where we're looking at solving some of the issues that blockchain currently doesn't possibly solve about privacy. So making sure that if you use blockchain and hash chain and distributed ledger, you maintain the privacy of the citizen in all aspects of that. So I'm a believer in digital platforms, online voting. It's going to revolutionize democracy. It will make it more secure, it will make it more accessible, and it will make it more transparent. And I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on that process as well. Thank you.
Antonio, the floor is yours.
Sure. It's very easy for me because I have just to connect the dots that have already been put because online, digital have already been mentioned several times. If I check on the consumer services and I see what today online and digital means, the result is mobile, because the smartphone is what we have into our pocket, and we all have a smartphone in our pocket, and the smartphone is the digital device that give us the opportunity to access what is online, what is digital. So whatever the platform behind will be, one point that is very clear is smartphone is the eligible device to access such a system. And which are the opportunity and which are the complexity using a smartphone. Opportunity, of course, is the widespread, the fact that young people, young generation are using a smartphone. So it's a concrete way to put young people and democracy more close. The complexity is that the smartphone is into this system becomes one of the modules of the system. So as long as security of the platform has a certain way to be addressed, we also have to address the security of the smartphone. What a great company can do. We have been starting as a Samsung considering the security of the devices very seriously several years ago. We have been starting adopting an approach that is called secure by design. That means security is into the radar of the deployment of every single device since the very beginning of the deployment. In the past, just for your information, security was not taken into consideration in the early stage of the development. Security was addressed later, once the device was deployed, simply putting an application layer that was ideally taking care of the security. But history has explained us this is not the best way to proceed. So the best way is put security as a preliminary element of the deployment and proceed the deployment of the device taking into account all the security needs. The result is our devices, but I'm not speaking only about Samsung. I'm speaking about the very serious companies that are working into the arena, and there are. So the most safe device today can be used very safely for very critical activities. For example, as a Samsung, in this case, we have achieved all the certifications all over the world, and the Samsung devices are used, for example, at the White House, at the CIA level. So very proud of this one, but very proud also because we have been setting a new way to deploy devices. What is still missed, that the criteria to make a device eligible for certain usage or not are not commonly utilized all over the world. So in certain countries there are certain criteria, in other countries there are other criteria. So what we are doing as a company is to push as much as possible the reinforcement, the enlargement, and the adoption of these certification criteria as much as we can. Why? Because if we have a common scale, we can evaluate all the devices according to a common scale, and then the result of the evaluation will tell us very clearly which are the devices that have certain level of security and which are the devices that do not have the same level of security. In the very beginning, this seems to be unfair because some of the devices, some of the device manufacturers may be in a difficult situation, may be in trouble, but in the long run, we believe this will raise the bar and all the manufacturers and all the devices will improve the way they will be eligible to be used for very sensitive activities such as the distributed democracy. So concretely, secure by design, there are ways to do very good devices. We are boosting this approach, and we really hope also other device manufacturers will start working in the same way. Obviously, all the research, all the implementations we do in this direction are then reversed into the consumer devices. So all the smartphones that we are selling from several years and we will sell onward have inside, even though you don't do anything on this one, even though you don't recognize all the technology that is behind, have inside what is needed to use the device in a proper way and to make sure that even voting can be done efficiently through a device. My last comment is biometric sensors. Into their smartphones, you see more and more there are biometric sensors. This can be used to unlock the smartphone, to unlock services and applications, but in the long run, you see, these are a powerful tool to evaluate the fact that the person that is behind the device is exactly the person that, for example, the platform is expecting. So all the steps are there. It's just a matter of pushing forward this approach. Thank you.
Dion, let's hear about New Vote.
Right. Thank you, Daniela, for the question. And I'd like to thank the people and government of Rome for hosting the forum, and I'd like to thank the forum for allowing me to speak. I'm going to take a slight detour from the question, just for a moment. As I am the only Australian here, and perhaps the only Australian to speak at the forum, I would like to say Australia is a democratic innovation powerhouse. It was the first country to use the secret ballot. We invented it. It was once called the Australian ballot. Yes, right. We are the first nation that brought ourselves into being using the secret ballot. We started introducing full universal suffrage in our states from 1895 to 1923. And in the Commonwealth level, it was universal at 1902, which I believe is something like 74 years before Switzerland. We use compulsory voting in Australia. We have about 90% of our citizens vote at every election. There's a small fine if you don't vote. You only have to go to the polling place and sign your name. You don't actually have, they don't watch you vote, so you can always spoil your ballot if you wish. We have Saturday elections and we have optional preferential voting. So Australia has a strong history of innovation. I'd like to tell you, I've come to the forum 2 years ago and I didn't know a single person here. I didn't know what to expect. And I was amazed to find my people. This is an incredible group of people who are all trying to make democracy more democratic. And it was an absolute pleasure to share my ideas here, to take the criticisms that they had, to learn from great erudite minds, and to be inspired as well. So I'm very honored 2 years later to come here and share my work with you, very humbled and very honored. So firstly, who here has a smartphone? Hands up. All right, now grab your smartphone and pull it out of your pocket and raise it in the air, please. I'll give you a second. I want everyone in the room to do this. Pull it out of your bags, pull it out of your pockets. I want to see your smartphones. This is the Forum of Digital Democracy. 2 years ago, it was, as Stefan Klaus was saying last night at the Swiss Embassy, something a bit exotic, and this year it is centre place. And I think that is very exciting, and I am excited to be part of it. With your phone, I would like you to type in the words in your search browser, New Vote. That is N-E-W-V-O-T-E. I'll give you a moment to do that. I'm serious. This is an interaction. I want you to please use your phone right now and type in New Vote. N-E-W-V-O-T-E. I'll give you a moment. So you should find that New Vote is the first result on Google. So click on that result. It will be newvote.org.au. Okay.
We vote on Brexit.
No, that's good to know. Sure. I think New Vote will be up there in one of the top results. So if you've had that page load successfully, you'll see an infographic. And you can zoom around that infographic if you need to understand. Yours is not loaded yet. Who's loaded? Yeah, we've got some, oh, that's a few hands. I want to see more hands. Show me New Vote is loaded. That's better. Yes, good, okay. So, in that infographic, the first diagram is an overview of what New Vote is. On the left-hand side, the people are engaged, empowered, and heard. On the right-hand side, the leaders get data that is timely, verified, and insightful. This platform is real-time, it's secure, and it's secret. It's issue-based online voting, and we use many tools, Wikipedia style, to help inform the users of the app. The next part of the infographic is our phase 1, which is where we are now. And what we are trying to do is allow online, direct and deliberative democracy for any organization. Phase 2 is our vision of New Vote, and it includes all people, all jurisdictions, all politicians, and all parties. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner a comparison tool, so we can look back on the issues that you've voted on and give you a recommendation as to who best reflects your views. So our organisation is an independent, non-partisan, non-profit, registered charity in Australia. We are open source and we are education and research focused. Under that infographic, you'll find the image of the Global Forum and the words sneak peek. Click on that, please. Can you raise your phone when you have yes, you have it. Thank you very much, Danielle. Who else has UQ votes appearing on their screen? This is good, this is good. So you are the first people in the world to see this. This is going to be launched in 2 weeks' time at the University of Queensland, which is my alma mater, and it is the sort of prestige university of Queensland, at least. It has 52,000 students. At the last election, only 28% of those students voted at the election. It's optional. They are enticed with a $5 voucher from the cafeteria to vote, and yet 70% of them do not do so. So there is a strong signal there that the students are disillusioned with the administration. My research suggests that they do not think that the administration cares about them once they have voted them in. The administration has 1 year and there is no mechanism to punish them, because every year it's just a new group, it's a new president, and that is democracy at UQ. So I want you to just have a fiddle around this platform. You'll see that at this stage I've only put one issue on there, which is no smoking at UQ. The University of Queensland decided on the 1st of July to impose a ban on smoking across the entire campus. That is, that people have to walk from from wherever they are to literally outside the campus in order to smoke. That might not sound like much, but the campus is large. To walk from one side to the other would take you 20 minutes. So there are some concerns about this, right? There's health concerns here, there's safety concerns here, there is human right concern here. So it's a meaty topic, it's a nuanced topic, and at the moment the options are smoking ban or not smoking ban. And I like to think that there are more options than that, perhaps smoking areas. So if you look through the app, you'll see that we have broken it into issues, goals and solutions. If you can't see that, press the 3 lines on the top left-hand corner, and that will bring up the sidebar, and you'll see topics, issues, goals and solutions. The topics is simply a way of collecting those issues into understandable categories. So if you find your way to that issue, the non-smoking issue, you will find an information summary at the beginning of that. That is a Wikipedia, that is a wiki-style information summary, so anybody can contribute to that, and we get the thousand eyes effect. If you look through the components, there's several there, and starting at the bottom you'll see media, which is any student could put up an article or a meme or a journal or a video which would contribute, and people can like that, and we can get a sense from the crowd as to what is the best media. You'll also find endorsements. The idea is that the parties will endorse particular goals and solutions. So people will be able to tell who it is that supports which particular goal and solution. You'll see that there is something, it's not called events, what have I called it? Meetup. And it is, the idea is that if we have a debate or if there is some sort of event around the election, then we can put that event on there so that there's a central location that people can find. Now, the next one up is very important. It's called Where Do I Stand? And what I've done here is I have put an app called Polis, not P-O-L-Y-S, as my friend on the left here, but P-O-L.is, which is an American app, but it's been used rather successfully in Taiwan for a number of issues. And if you can see that right now, you will also be able to see 10 statements, which I've added this morning. They are statements of opinion about democracy. So you can agree or you can disagree with that statement. And once 10 of you have done that, a visual representation of the groups and of your answers will appear magically belowhand. And you'll be able to see what group you fit into. Just a note here, you won't be able to sign into the platform, but you will be able to use this Where Do I Stand? And I hope at least 10 of you will go through those questions so that the visualization will activate, okay? And then once it activates, at the bottom of the visualization, you'll see a number of options. You can see Group A, Group B, possibly Group C. You can see the statements that they agree with and that they disagree with. And the magic button is Majority Opinion, which allows you to see the consensus that is formed across all groups. And then ultimately you vote on goals and solutions. So goals are the ideal state that you're trying to achieve, and solutions are the concrete steps that you can take to get there. There are further components that we can add. I would like to add take action, for example, so that we can get crowdsourced links to further steps that you could take, perhaps local campaigns, in order to further an issue that you care about. We provide this information to our leaders so that they, without question, know what their informed citizens wish for them to do. How have I gone for time? Perfect. I'll leave you there, and if you have any questions, of course, I'll be very happy to answer them.
Marilyn Davis and your plan to improve democracy and public engagement. Okay. Stand up.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, everyone. I'm very pleased and honored to be here, but I have to tell you, well, I'm a software engineer, and I have come to promote a plan for dwarfing the world's governments with an online application. I have written a plan for this application, which you can find on the website for this group, but also I have cards if you want to read it. I have to confess to you that I was disappointed and shocked that when I got here and looked at the program, that my participation that was promised to me was greatly reduced. I was expecting to be part of a workshop on global direct democracy, and that workshop was erased from the program without telling me. And those words were stricken from the program, global direct democracy. And so I want to say those words another time so that you really hear them. Global direct democracy. This is a democracy that is not attached to any countries. It is a global direct democracy in the same way that Facebook is global. And Facebook, as I understand it, has a greater population than any country on this earth. And we know that the Facebook and Facebook participants make the country governments afraid. Similarly, blockchain makes the countries afraid. They are unable to do anything about it because the data that is in the blockchain is globally distributed and redundant. There is nothing to attack, nothing that can be done. And our colleague with the blockchain knowledge pointed out that the hole, maybe, in blockchain is that privacy has not been worked out yet. This global plan that I wrote for us is about consensus development. It is an emulation of a face-to-face consensus development meeting where people express themselves. They take a show of hands to give a vote, so everybody sees everybody's vote. When there is not a consensus, the people who are not in the majority are required to explain their objection. So this is a system where, in order to participate, you must be brave. You must show yourselves. There are no secrets. So the maybe hole, whatever's going on with blockchain, does not exist for this system. This system can be perfectly secure and perfectly safe for us. Another characteristic of this system is that it is perfectly flat. No one has more power in this system than anybody else. Without concentrations of power, there is no opportunity for corruption. This is where we must go. In such a system, people will love it and love each other. This is where we must go. This is the only system that has a possibility of stopping the United States from destroying our world. Let's see. I think I've said everything I intended to say, not in the direction I intended to say it. So I'll quit and wait for questions and hope that you'll come and get a card and read the plan that I was not allowed to outline for you, so that you can see that it is about a software development. It is a specification for software, exactly, with algorithms. One other thing that I think is important about this, because we do have software people here, I see, is that an important characteristic of this system is that it has two subsystems. And the subsystem one is the integrity subsystem. In that, when there are people who are not cooperating with the system, with the idea of consensus development, you report them to the integrity subsystem, and it is democratically decided to kick them out for a while. And in that way, we keep a system with integrity. It's like the immune system in the body. In fact, the software emulates a biological body. And the other subsystem is a maintenance subsystem. In that, if you don't like the 2/3 rule that I suggest we start out with for starting agreement, you propose to the maintenance subsystem that we change that rule. Or if you don't like a certain algorithm, it's the maintenance subsystem democratically who decides that we can change this. So everything about the system is maintained within the system, perfectly flat democracy. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and I'm so grateful I was allowed a few minutes. Thank you.
By the way, Joe, we were intending to have those printouts of the plan of Marilyn Davis. Do we have it? Can we?
We'll have them a little bit later, yes.
Yeah, so you will be able to pick up printouts of Marilyn Davis's plan. Okay. And finally, Sean Evans.
Our backbone is the Marilyn Davis.
Backbone, yeah.
Our backbone. That's the name.
Finally, Sean Evans as the representative of the most populous country in the world. Yes.
Let's be clear. Facebook is a community, not a country. I will say though, thanks for the introduction, Daniela. And if you do check your Facebook now, we're friends, and you have a message from me, and which is great.
Thank you for befriending me.
Oh, absolutely, it's certainly my pleasure, and it is actually my pleasure to be here. And I'd absolutely like to thank the panel. It's always great being on a panel with people that are so intelligent and passionate and that really care about these issues, as do I, and certainly as do we as a company. And I'd also like to, it's hard to note, it's hard to go on without noting that and thanking Minister Ficarro and staff and the Mayor of Rome and their staff and the work that they do in this realm and in this element. And we've worked closely with them. Obviously, the Italian elections were just a few months ago, and you know, the progress that they're making, having the Minister Ficarro, the world's first Minister of Direct Democracy, is something that we hope to see a lot more of throughout the world, and it's a fantastic thing. Obviously, always love coming to Rome and being in front of audiences like this one. Everybody's passion for this issue is fantastic. I usually incorporate some sort of an interactive element in asking people to take out their phones and things like that. But unfortunately, that was already taken from me, so I won't ask you to do that. But I will say that from my vantage point up here, when he asked everybody to take out their phones, nearly everyone had one. I think if we had this conversation 10 years ago, that's not the case. And I can tell you that I worked in the House of Representatives in the States in 2008, and this was not the case. We barely had email, if people can remember what that was like. It probably meant that our nights were a little bit less attached to our devices, but government has changed a lot in a 10-year window. The people that care about these issues, like ourselves, we have also changed a lot in 10 years. And I think, to Marilyn's point about governments being afraid of Facebook, I want to make clear that I don't think it's afraid of the company. I think it's afraid of the ability for people to have their voices heard and have a community. And that's what Facebook is about. The community for us is everything, and we do a lot of work in a variety of different areas for that. I want to start, though, by talking about what our role in democracy is and what our role in elections are. Obviously, for the last couple of years, there's been a lot of conversation around social media as a whole and the internet and democracy. And I think we've been very honest that we were, as was the rest of the world, caught pretty flat-footed in 2016. Most of the internet we were focused, companies like ourselves were focused on not fake news, but focused on things like spear phishing and focused on terrorist-related content online. That was really the conversation in advance of 2016. What we saw, though, in 2016 was that people were roughly weaponizing data and information and safety and security and false news and all of these things. What we have done post-2016 US election has pivoted as a company to make sure that we are focused on, as Marilyn put, the integrity piece of things in a different way. But for us, integrity both on platform, on the Facebook platform, and then working with governments around the world to ensure that election integrity is front and center has been a company mission. We are focused so many resources at this point on that. We identify the challenges of election integrity and certainly election security in a few different areas, and I'd like to briefly go over those. The first is preventing foreign interference in an election. The second is reducing the spread of false news around the internet and on Facebook. The third is a dedicated commitment to transparency, both on advertising and page information. And the fourth is reducing fake accounts online. The way that we view the platform and the way that you all hopefully view the platform is you go to connect. You go to communicate with friends and family, and at times engage in political discourse and debate. You should do that and be able to do that knowing that you're getting legitimate news and information. You should be able to do that knowing that when you're engaging in conversation with someone that they're authentic. You should be able to do that knowing when you look at an advertisement, it's not spreading misinformation paid for by a foreign actor trying to interfere in an election. Those are legitimate challenges. This is the battlefield that we find ourselves in. We identify it as a responsibility of Facebook and certainly of our relationships with government and electoral commissions and users and voters around the world. And so we're rolling out and have rolled out a variety of different changes and updates and just fundamental areas of focus to beat some of these back. Perhaps most recently, one of the things that we've done is roll out page transparency and advertising transparency. So if you go to any page now, this is global, by the way, we do have to think about things at a global scale for Facebook. And so we have to make sure that when we take action, that it's appropriate for our users across the world. That, as you would imagine, is a challenging thing to do. Advertising transparency, this is what was a big problem in the States. And so with our commitment to transparency in this regard, you can go to any page on Facebook and you can see what advertisements they're running, whether or not you follow that page and whether or not you're targeted with that advertisement. Full transparency, not just political pages. In addition to that, we've rolled out page transparency. One of the things that we saw in the 2016 election, bad actors follow similar patterns. I think we can all agree on that in real life and then certainly online. Some of these patterns could have been something like, I'll create 100,000 fake accounts from my garage, and these accounts will remain dormant for a year until the day before an election, and then they'll spring into life. With our efforts to shed light on page transparency, now you would be able to know those pages were created or changed their name yesterday, or now all of a sudden are following similar patterns around the world for elections. That happens, and we're shedding light on that issue. We're thinking about the problem not just on things that we can do and products that we can update, but also making sure we can't just press one button or pull one lever and all of the problems will be solved. I think you all understand that it's a complicated situation. And so for us, it is what can we do on the Facebook platform? What products can we update? How can we change our tools? How can we also work with governments, work with third parties, work with academics, work with think tanks, work with influencers in the space to make sure we have localized information and context and can take appropriate action. We're also making sure that we're educating users and citizens. It's not just a one-size-fits-all approach. So the concept of fake news, for instance. One of the things that we saw in 2016 election, and you see every once in a while, is that bad actors will tend to spread misinformation around an election, saying you vote on Tuesday and you vote on Thursday, even though election day might be on Tuesday, in an effort to suppress voter turnout for one side or they could say this person's position is this, in an effort to spread misinformation about a particular position or a particular party or a particular candidate. What we're trying to do when it comes to the spread of false news and the spread of fake accounts is invest in not just our platform itself, but also increasing, and we have to stay ahead of the bad actors. So we're enhancing machine learning and AI. Artificial intelligence. A few years ago, if you reported a bad account or what you thought would be a bad account, we would review that and we would take appropriate action if needed. The problem is when you look at the scale of this, sometimes bad actors don't create one account, they create 1,000 accounts. We have to get faster, and we have done that. And so what we're doing now is actually adapting our technology to be able to see the bad actors at the source. So now we would be able to go and shut off access for these bad actors in advance of those accounts being created. To give you a sense of scale, we've published a transparency report earlier this year, and in the Q1 of 2018, we stopped 583 million fake accounts from being created. Not all of them necessarily are dedicated to focused on elections, but those would have existed in the ether. Our technology is to the point now where we can block those and stop them from happening. That is a substantial, substantial number. Our AI tools, our machine learning, the way that we're developing our technology, not just on our own, but in partnership, we're now able to stop roughly 98.5% of this sort of information from happening. Now that's not 100%, so we're doing other things too. When it comes to false news, not only are we removing these accounts, but we're also pushing out information on the Facebook platform to make sure that users understand how to spot false news. And we're not just doing that on Facebook. We do recognize that people get information elsewhere. So we're working with local publishers to put out public service announcements in advance of elections around the world in newspapers, on radio, where people get their information, making sure that they understand what false news is and how to spot it, and perhaps more importantly, how to report it. We've also made it easier for people to be able to report it more efficiently, more effectively. Now, once people report this kind of information, let's say it's a 1 in a million chance. On Facebook, that happens thousands of times a day. If we don't have the proper staff and we don't have the proper procedures to take in these reports of bad actors and be able to act on them quickly, then we're doing a disservice to our users. So what we have done is not only invest in machine learning, but invest in people as well. By the end of this year, we will have over 20,000 people dedicated to reviewing this sort of content when it's flagged around the world in all time zones. We will be able to move, and we are moving much faster than we were in 2016. So with that, that is our general philosophy around election security and integrity. The piece that matters, I think, perhaps more than that is our dedication to community and how we work with governments and help educate citizens on voting. We have voting products that we work with electoral commissions on that help people register to vote where appropriate and help people remind people to vote. To your points earlier, Daniela, voter turnout's down, general engagement is down. We work with governments around the world to help provide a portal, a place of access where users can look on Facebook, find information. It's not Facebook information, it's government information about voting. We just provide the canvas and we direct people there. We've rolled out certain products in over 50 countries around the world. These products, in coordination with think tanks and academics and governments, have led to a 6% increase in ballot knowledge in some countries. We've helped thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people registered to vote in countries outside of the US. And we, in some cases, customize these elections products to account for individual problems such as electoral violence. And we've done that successfully around the world. So I want you to take away anything. It's that we care about election security and integrity, and then we also care about empowering the community and driving civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So I'm not giving you time for comments. We need to open the floor for questions because we have run out of time. Please allow my fellow countrywoman from Bulgaria to start first, because she has a proposal to make. Tanya, and then it's your turn.
My proposal is maybe about 2-3 minutes. Can I read it? Okay, 2 minutes, 3. Lo farò in italiano, signore e signori, mi chiamo...
My name is Taня Тодорова. I'm a member of the Bulgarian Union for Direct Democracy. Rome is the eternal city. It's my favorite city. I came to Rome many times, but this is the first time I can address, the first time I could address an audience was in November 2017. I was participating in a conference on how can we govern Europe at the Chamber of Deputies, and I shared the fact that at present we don't have a real democracy. So we're all cheated on. Our society is ill, and we don't need to be a doctor to observe that. Real direct democracy was built on two principles: short mandates and draw of election. Without these two principles, we cannot produce direct democracy. As a result, the right name for what we have today is oligarchy, so representative oligarchy. Some people at the Chamber of Deputies did not agree with me, but they did not have valid arguments to challenge me. At that time, the five-star movement was not at the government, and there was no talking about basic revenue. I thought that my intervention would not have a huge impact, but the Chamber of Deputies was not representing the whole community. But I thought now I found out that I was wrong. Actually, Beppe Grillo, some time ago, proposed the idea to elect the members of the Italian parliament, so to draw elections based on drawing. He launched this idea. I'm sure that many people realized that they were cheated on. And today I would like to also talk about the channels to spread information and those who control those channels. As you know, Jim Morrison says those who control the media control the minds. And by controlling the media, you can control what people think and create in their reality. If you look around you, you see that we are living in a revolution thanks to the social media.
Okay, insomma, volevo...
So I just wanted to say that as now, I want to reach the last sentence. My proposal, well, the difference between the Brexit, the election in the United States, and the Five-Star Movement is that the Five-Star Movement has their own platform, or the Ruso platform, where they can discuss, vote, discuss about change, create educational videos for their members. So my idea was that of creating a common shared platform based on the internet for direct democracy and giving the opportunity to all countries to upload their own materials, and we can use the social media to orient our supporters and let them know this new platform. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Modern. I come from Hungary, and I have a short proposal. I try to be as direct as I can. So Facebook has widened the public sphere, and more and more local governments and government agencies are using it as a tool to run official Facebook pages by their government department, by their local government. The problem is that Facebook currently doesn't provide the necessary tools for local governments to use these tools in a legal way. First of all the law says that each communication that has been done by a municipality has to be archived. That's one of the problems that currently Facebook does not solve, and it gives an unnecessary big freedom for the public administration or for governments to ban people out of public spaces. So people who I can tell a huge amount of there out in the internet, they are banned of visiting their own local government's official public page without knowing the reason, without knowing how to get back to this public sphere, and even without knowing how and why did they violated what kind of terms. So I think that is a strong point in Facebook to help to develop this kind of democratic public sphere online, to provide a certain tool for all local government and government agencies who run official pages to have these archiving tools embedded, to have these rules transparent, and to have these kind of procedures inside, because otherwise, as many of us probably have felt or not, but we feel like we are excluded from our public space.
Here, one. Yeah.
Good morning. My question goes to the Facebook representative as well. My name is Amanda, and I'm part of the country that most access Facebook nowadays. I'm Brazilian. So my question goes towards the actual electoral period in Brazil. We are passing through elections that will occur next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Facebook is playing a very interesting role in the advertisement settlement within the parties in Brazil, because we had an agreement, a law agreement within the television, which allows the biggest coalitions of the parties. We have 35 parties.
Yeah.
And the biggest coalitions, they get like proportional times at TV. And it came to my knowledge that the government of Brazil made a sort of arrangement with Facebook to display this data of the candidates, but I don't know exactly in which agreement did they do that, as it was with the television. Like the big coalitions get more space and more reaches within the Facebook scope, or if it's plain and more democratic, so the candidates have the same space to outshine their ideas and proposals.
Okay.
Okay, time to answer.
Sure. Okay.
To address these concerns.
I'll address that one first. I'd probably want to. Can we talk afterwards? I'd like to see very specifically what it is you're referring to. We don't necessarily strike deals with governments for things that are outside of the norms of election law. So I think what you're referring to is some of our advertising transparency measures, including and especially a label that identifies something as a political ad, and then also an archive that advertisement goes into. That is a new feature that we've rolled out in the US and that we're rolling out in Brazil, and then we're going to be expanding that beyond Brazil. But that particular piece is part of our advertising transparency efforts to make sure that people can search, find, look at, review all of the advertisements from political parties, from candidates, from any user that is spending money on the platform to try to influence an election. And that's something that, with that level of transparency, I'm not sure if media partners or whatever do that, but I know we're committed to doing that. And that's something that we can talk through more. For everybody's awareness, that information, certainly the archive in the United States and then also the one in Brazil, is publicly available, and you can start looking at the interesting advertisements happening in the US now. I will also say that on that particular issue, all of these efforts, you can find out, we've published, I think, roughly 35 different articles about how we think about election security and integrity and transparency and all of this stuff. You can find it at newsroom.fb.com or fb.com/election security. It's a good source of information if you want to learn and find out more. And I can also talk to you about that after the fact. I think it's worthwhile. To the other question on the archiving tool for local government, I'd like to dig in a bit more with you about that. We do have precedent for when governments transition over, being able to archive old pages. I will say though, I mean, a lot of these sorts of challenges, if they were codified in law, we would happily work with them, right? Of course. We're not in any way trying to silence those from being involved in local government or having their voice heard. That's not it at all. And so I'd like to, talk to you about either what it is that we're already doing or identifying solutions. Thanks.
Okay, I think this is about all we're
we can take in terms of questions, because it's lunchtime?
And
what?
I'll be here later as well.
Yeah.
If anybody has any questions.
Sean Evans is here, also all the rest of the panelists.
Yeah, we're not, it is not lunchtime. That is false, that is actually fake news. There are 2 brief notes before lunch, and then we will go to lunch. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I'm
yes.
sorry for
But please
spreading
stay
fake
there.
news.
But please stay put, so we don't have a mass thing, and then we can talk on our way out to lunch. If we could get Erwin Meyer up there right quick.
Yes, Erwin is here, and yes, Arenza. I haven't seen him. Janina will just wrap up, and then we start with the notes.
Okay, I just want to thank our panelists, Evgeny, Massimo, Mike, Antonio, Dion, Marilyn, and Sean. Thank you very much for your input today.
Yeah, thank you. And I know the time is short, but I think we'll have some interesting discussion at lunchtime. But first of all, we want to invite Erwin Meyer from Austria and Arenza Thigpen from the US to give a short note from their countries, from their cities, to us on the Global Forum. And then I will make some announcement about the afternoon and the lunch. And then I'm happy to go with you to the cafe.
Sorry. No. We really need to get these notes done. You're going to delay lunch with a bunch of conversation. If the panelists could stay seated, let's do the notes and let's go. This will be quick. I'm sorry, I need you to sit down.
So, can you hear me? Hello, my name is Erwin Meyer from Austria, More Democracy Austria. You can see it in the program, it says Mrs. Anne-Marie Sigmund. It's not me, I'm the substitute. But I will talk to you about Austrian experiences on Vienna and Austria. First, as you heard yesterday on the panel, there's an increasing number of participation going on in Vienna and in Austria. But to be honest, it's reduced to some topics, and it's reduced to some questions that are not really important to the power of the decision makers, I would say. So it's really not a perfect system. And my proposal would be we have to improve those rules, and they should not be longer made exclusively by government, parliaments, mayors, or presidents. These rules should be made by the people themselves, and we have to support and enable them. So in Vienna and for Austria, we need a citizens' assembly that should make the rules and present recommendations for those rules on participation and direct democracy itself. And in the end, these proposals have to be decided by the people in a referendum in Vienna, in a referendum in Austria. We have made a lot of opinion polls in Austria where we can clearly show, where we can clearly show that the people are already, I would say, on our side. They want more participatory elements, they want more direct democracy, and they want it in the style we would propose it. We had made an opinion poll that say, make law hurdles for direct democracy, make only binding referendums, make it an initiative right to have referendum and not a right for governments. We want information brochure like in Switzerland. We want Swiss-style democracy in Austria. That was the concrete outcome. And if we ask the same question to the government and to other representatives, they said, no, we had our own way of direct democracy and participation. We do not want to copy it. So especially these rules are a big proof that the system is not really representing the people in Austria. And now my last final words, as I also heard yesterday, and it was mentioned now on the panel, some persons believe out of scientific studies that there is a lack of support for democracy in the world, that there is a stronger support for populists and strong leaders. I do not support that. I know those studies, I have read those studies, but my conclusion is different. What the people are expressing is that the existing system is not longer really representing them. They have a lack of representation. They are missing something. And therefore, they believe if I elect a strong leader, a populist, Mr. Erdogan, etc., the system will be more representative. This is wrong. So our answer should be give them more democracy. And then you could avoid all those fertile ground for populists and strong leaders. And more democracy means more participation, more referendum, and these instruments have to be linked together. That's the end. Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks for hearing.
Okay. Arantxa, do you want to sit here or do you want to stand here at the... I think it's easier here.
Be right here if you like. This is our last note before lunch.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Okay. When Alaskans discovered that they can protect their fish in rural areas from being contaminated by the effects of mining, there was a sense of liberation and an encouragement to make our state a better place. I'm from Alaska. Think about it. Could we prevent an ecological catastrophe by allowing people to take charge of their destiny, politically speaking, and present the community with the type of legislation that the legislators themselves don't have to do? And the answer is yes. Back in October of 2012, a political action committee called Bristol Bay Forever submitted a legal framework in the form of a ballot initiative with the attempt to do just that. Its purpose, to put an issue before voters to decide the fate of seafood in proximity to a mining development in a region that could have destroyed the waters in what has been declared the two largest sockeye salmon-producing rivers on the planet. When the issue passed and became a legal passage for protecting this region, it sparked interest among fellow countrymen and tourists alike because they were able to see the ideas from average citizens with no political ties to government, and they knew they can make equal decisions as long as the voters were behind them. The concept has worked. In addition to the actual legislation that was passed, there's a lengthy description that shows in great detail the potential damage that would have been caused had action not been taken. The success of this adventure came with great sacrifice, but provides us with a success story that covers the economical, cultural, and spiritual guidelines that are connected to a way of life for people in this region. The success of Bristol Bay Forever project has ignited the inspiration of people in the community, whom of which have submitted their own ideas to government in the form of ballot initiatives and referendums for the past 6 straight years on a local and state level. As this group puts together a Magna Carta on democracy ties, I believe that Anchorage's example in Alaska teaches us all a lesson. When you have people making decisions for themselves, the outcome, without interference from legislators, can have a better success rate. People will become encouraged to get registered or gain their IDs as voters and make use of this technique that we call direct democracy.
Thank you, Arantxa. So, yes, we will have lunch. I just want to make one short announcement about the workshops because we have some changes.
We'll come back for workshops.
Yes, we come back at 3 p.m. to the workshops. We will not meet here. You can go directly to the different workshop rooms.
Yes.
We have 2 sessions, one from 3 to 4:30 and then from 4:40 to 6. And there will be a change for the workshop 11 and the workshop 20. It's not the Sala Assessorato Roma Semplice, but it's the Sala del Carroccio, here in this Palazzo Senatorio. And the entrance for that is on the other side where the wooden dome is, the Human Public Sphere. There's a little stair up to another room. So keep that in mind, workshop 11 and workshop 20. It's in another room.
And we'll have people to guide you to those
Yes,
new
of course.
places
We will have
when you
people.
come back. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you for your patience.